it's the worst thing that happens in the next 2 weeks, right? Like, we've got miles to go, right? Yeah. We're not gonna start till she gets here? Or are we gonna start with?
She's on her way, so we just have to take her. We'll start at 7:30.
Okay. So number 7:30 it is. I'm not gonna get on there. No, they didn't. They stopped. Andrew was getting on the merge with applicants. On my Girl Scout gig the other day.
Oh, this one? Okay. Yeah, I can do that.
All right. Hi. Well, how are you?
Hello. I'm chaos right now, but I'll be good in a second.
Okay. I think we begin. No, all the clocks say different times. And next week it's going to be worse.
For what?
This clock says one thing and that clock says something.
Good evening and welcome to our City Council meeting on Monday, October 28th, 2024. We're happy to see all of you here with us this evening. Celeste, would you please, Madam Clerk, would you please call roll?
Yes. Ms. Conley?
Here.
Ms. Flynn?
Here.
Ms. Shonsiska?
Here.
Mr. Snyder?
Here.
Ms. Underhill?
Here.
And Mayor Hardy is running late, but will join us shortly.
If you would all please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Don't believe we need a validation of a notice of a special meeting, so a regular meeting. Do I have a motion to adopt our meeting agenda?
So moved?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great, we'll move ahead with our meeting then, and our first order of business this evening is a recognition of the Falls Church Copperhead Kiwanis Little League players for a national fifth-place finish. And here to tell us a little bit more about it is my colleague, Councilmember Snyder.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. This is the lead-off substantive issue of our agenda this evening, and you all know what lead-off means. So I want to particularly recognize the work of, first of all, the team coming in fifth in a national competition is no small contribution, no small achievement. But we also know that you're supported by coaches and parents and friends, and we also recognize their contribution as well. Now, this is a baseball program for the Falls Church Kiwanis Little League. It's a nonprofit organization that, among its missions, says, quote, developing exceptional youth talent in a competitive, community-oriented environment, teaching players to play the game the right way. Our ambition is to provide a positive environment to further develop the skills of advanced baseball players. We understand that this is the 10th anniversary year. So let me just again congratulate you for the hard work. And let me make a point about the recognition tonight. You know, the other levels of government, the federal government and state governments tend to get a lot of the media attention, but the reality is it's local government that provides you and your families what you need to get about the day. And so it's a particularly a joy for all of us to recognize your contribution and your commitment to a future of hard work that is represented by your success so far. I wanted to especially recognize Mayor Letty Hardy, who is coming from another event. Does Mayor Hardy, is there anything you'd like to say, or would any other member of City Council like to make any comments?
Thank you, Mr. Schneider, and good evening. Welcome. We're so proud of you. I think Mr. Schneider said it really well. I think you are certainly making us proud in Falls Church, and congratulations on this great achievement.
So now you're part of the official history of the City of Falls Church, and we want to recognize you by all the team members coming up and all the parents, friends, and coaches coming up for a photo opportunity, as well as to get these priceless Little City stickers to carry with you for the rest of your lives. So come on up for a photo.
Can I add something?
Yeah.
Can I add something? Let it come out.
Of course.
As you're coming up, I just want to add that I've been following baseball in Falls Church for many, many, many years, and I've never seen a baseball team come to City Council. So for all of your commitment and all the people who have come before you, your team really stands out as an excellent team. So congratulations. Congratulations. Stop right there. That's perfect. Come on, a little more.
Yeah, squinch in, get tight.
I think you might have to squeeze in so we can all get in the picture. There you go. You guys know how to pose for a photo.
Oh, yeah.
They're still, some of them are still taller than me.
This is my entire audience.
Yeah, it's my friend, my Grand Canyon friend is here.
Oh,
Her son. We hiked the Grand Canyon together.
that's funny. I didn't know that.
Hey, Ash.
Got speed.
Man,
Yeah.
it's like stole the base.
understand a few of the Copperheads would like to speak. Is that right? Come on up.
Okay, cool. Hi, my name is Ashley Sequeira, and I'm a proud member of the Falls Church Copperheads. Firstly, I want to say thank you to the Falls Church City Council for recognizing our team and our accomplishments. Our organization is a nonprofit baseball club offering local youth the opportunity to play travel baseball for 8 to 12-year-old players. Our team started playing together in 2020, and we represented the Copperheads until we aged out of the organization this past summer. All of our players played for Falls Church Kiwanis Little League, and this was a requirement for us to join the Copperheads Travel Club. I'd like to mention each of my teammates by name, and if they're here, I'll ask them to raise their hand. Number 1, Luca Pipia. Number 3, Davis Nicholas. Number 4, Harrison Carmody. Number 5, Bronson Rogers. Number 7, Matthew Miller. Number 9, Tig Fatzinger. Number 10, Kellen McCormick. Number 15, Hayes Vaughn. Number 18, Anthony Verdi. Number 21, Evan Tillman. Number 22, James Owen. Number 23, Landon Tucker. And myself, number 99, Asher Sequeira. Let me hand it over to my teammate Harrison Carmody to tell you more about our accomplishments.
Over the years, we played for the Copperheads. We had a record of 85, 40, and 3, playing the highest graded level in our travel league. We didn't always win, and in our earlier days, the games were sometimes pretty rough, but we developed and worked hard to get better. One of our stated goals each year was to win a tournament. In 2022, we almost did that, and we were runners-up at the Future Stars tournament in Hershey, Pennsylvania. We finally reached our goal in 2023 and won the Kyle's Camp tournament in Fairfax, beating some of the best teams in the area. And there are a lot of really good local teams. We were able to extend our goal, and last fall we won the Ripken Curtain Call tournament in Aberdeen, Maryland. Let me ask James Owen to tell you a bit more about some of the things that we've learned through baseball.
Through our time together, we learned some important life lessons such as hard work, applying maximum effort, resilience, and the ability to bounce back from mistakes, the power of positive mindset, and respect for the game of baseball. We learned how to win and overcome obstacles. We weren't always good at this. In our early years, if we fell behind, we weren't great at rallying and regaining momentum. But getting better at that was just one of our stated goals, and I think we've done a really good job at that. I'll hand it over to Evan Tillman to tell you more about our accomplishments.
Our greatest team accomplishment was placing 5th place at the 2024 Cooperstown tournament. This tournament sees over 100 teams from across the U.S. and Canada to come together for a week of baseball and fun in Cooperstown, New York. During this tournament, we played teams from California, New Jersey, New York, Minnesota, and North Carolina. We lived in barracks together, had dance parties after our wins, ate really bad cafeteria food, and got to trade team pens with players from all over the U.S. We have some pens for the city council members, which we'll share with you in a few minutes. Let me ask Matthew Miller to tell you more about the Cooperstown tournament.
During the Cooperstown tournament, we had a record of 7-1. Our only loss came against a showcase team of recruited players representing all of Northern California. Our success came from playing as a team. We had 18 home runs, had a .405 team batting average. That's very high. We also had 64 RBIs and stole 49 bases across just 8 games. While our time at Cooperstown marked the end of our time as Copperheads, 10 of our team members continued to play it for another travel team. And we just won another Ripken tournament 2 weeks ago. We are very proud to represent and appreciate the honor of addressing the City Council. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Well done, boys. Well, thank you all again for coming out. Congratulations on this great accomplishment. Oh, terrific. Come on up. Thank you. Oh, wow, that's big. Oh, my gosh. Any other comments up here?
Yeah, just to say, again, what a great accomplishment, what a great life lesson it is, and you're, as I said before, you're now part of the history, very good part of the history of the city of Falls Church, and I know you're welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting and see how how local government works on a number of important issues, but you also may have competing requirements such as schoolwork to do tonight. So we understand totally. Thank you.
And the World Series is on tonight. Game 3. Good night, all. Thank you. So as the Copperheads are funneling out, we have 2 more proclamations and special presentations tonight. Up next is the proclamation declaring November 2024 as Native American Heritage Month in the City of Falls Church. I think Ms. Connolly will do the honors.
Whereas Native American Awareness Week began in 1976 and recognition was expanded by Congress in August 1990, designating the entire month of November as National American Indian Heritage Month. And Indigenous people have contributed significantly to the history and culture of our country and continue to be important change makers for the future of the United States. And the City of Falls Church respects and welcomes Indigenous customs and traditions, recognizing the ties many in our community have to Indigenous cultures across the Americas. And we acknowledge that the Falls Church community is settled on the traditional land of the Piscataway, Manawa, Dogue, and Nacotchunk peoples. And as the city observes Veterans Day in November, it's important to recognize the contributions of Native Americans who serve in the armed forces at 5 times the national average. And this observance is also a time to acknowledge the many American Indians and Alaska Natives who are members of federal, state, local, and tribal law enforcement and who sacrifice their safety for the security of all.
Now therefore, I, Letty Hardy, Mayor of the City of Falls Church, Virginia, do hereby proclaim the month of November 2024 as Native American Heritage Month in the City of Falls Church, and ask all residents to observe this month with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities, and to learn more about the Indigenous tribes who first lived in the region and continue to shape it. Do we have anyone in the audience helping receive the proclamation? No. Okay, we'll save this.
Can I know one more thing, Letty? And that is that the library has begun a collection of warm clothes that will be sent to
Pine Ridge.
Pine Ridge, thank you, Pine Ridge. But that is through the month of November in honor of Native American Heritage Month.
Great plug, thank you. And the last proclamation for tonight is one declaring November 2024 as Live Local Month in the City of Falls Church. And I think Ms. Underhill will read this one. Yes.
Whereas the City of Falls Church is proud to join with the Falls Church Chamber of Commerce to encourage residents to take the Live Local pledge and prioritize local business in Falls Church. And whereas local business and the Falls Church Chamber of Commerce are challenging residents and businesses to pledge to keep 20% or more of their spending in the City of Falls Church during the month of November 2024. And whereas living local creates prosperity because of the multiplier effect. When local people choose to buy products and services from local business, creating diverse job opportunities and strengthening the city's overall economy. And whereas shopping, eating, playing, creating, and doing business in the city adds to the local tax base revenue base, which supports city schools, roads, and other city services. And whereas living local can be healthier for the environment because doing business locally often results in less traffic congestion and pollution. And whereas living local can be healthier for residents because it makes daily activities less stressful and encourages walking to local businesses. And whereas living local supports neighbors and local businesses while also building stronger relationships and a sense of community. And whereas living local helps strengthen and preserve the fabric of Falls Church's unique business community while attracting new businesses to serve local residents and the community at large.
Now therefore, I, Letty Hardy, Mayor of the City of Falls Church, Virginia, do hereby proclaim the month of November 2024 as Live Local Month in the City of Falls Church, and urge all residents to take the Live Local Pledge, attend some of the many Live Local events offered by local businesses during the month, and participate in the hashtag Live Local FC campaign by tagging local businesses and events on social media. And it looks like we have the Chamber of Commerce audience. Come on up, please. Thank you for all that you do.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hardy and members of the City Council. The Falls Church Chamber recognizes November...
Hey, can you turn your mic on? We want to be able to hear you.
There, got it. The Falls Church Chamber recognizes November as Live Local Month with elevated focus on patronizing these businesses. We do this 12 times a year, but this is just when we really stress it. Could all of you keep 20% of your spending in this little city? I think it's relatively easy, and yet it has a big impact, given that we're so small. Think of shopping and dining as experiences with friends and family. We have a lot to offer in this regard. So many services here, you don't have to travel far for doctors, lawyers, printers, brokers. We have it all. Celebrate these experiences and share them on our Live Local Falls Church Facebook page, please. Share the good experiences, and as we approach the holidays, it's a good time to start doing that shopping locally. Make the commitment. I hope you will. I hope you'll enjoy the experiences with friends and neighbors, and it brings us closer together, and you get to know the businesses too. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you. Any comments up here before you come on up to receive? Ms. Scott.
I just want to say how much easier it's gotten over the years to make that claim. It's been such a joy to see all the businesses come to Falls Church and, do pretty much everything you need to do, whether that's healthcare appointments, alterations, drop some jeans off today. I mean, think about all the things that I've done in the city just today and all the different places I've been within our 2.2 square miles. So thank you for your work in supporting our businesses here and bringing more to the city. And I look forward to seeing everybody out and about, especially this month.
Great. Coming up.
I've got some names. I'll pass them on. Oh, you do have new ones.
Those are actually water.
I needed these last week. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and to echo Vice Mayor Hiscott's point, I think later on in the agenda, we're going to look at our budget amendment. I think because of the strong local business economy, that's one reason why we've are enjoying kind of a surplus. And so we appreciate everyone locally supporting and shopping local as well. Okay, moving on the agenda. Madam Clerk, do we have any oaths of office to administer tonight?
I don't believe there's anybody in the audience. Ms. Hiscott, did you want to do your oath for the Community Criminal Justice Board?
If you would like for me to do it right now, I'd be happy to.
That would be great. Thanks. Do you want to come down here? Okay. I don't know. Yeah, let's do it this way so people can see you. Okay. Raise your right hand. Do you, Deborah Shantz Hiscott, solemnly swear that you will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia, and that you will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all the duties incumbent upon you as a member of the Community Criminal Justice Board according to the best of your ability, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You're sworn in and you're a voting member. Thank you very much.
Congrats, and thank you for serving on the CCJB. Okay, so let's move on to receipt of public comments. Madam Clerk, can you start with a summary of written comments, please?
Yes. On accessory dwellings, Leslie Rye of 214 Lawton Street wrote with concerns about the proposed changes to the accessory dwelling section of the zoning code. On the budget, the Urban Forestry Commission urged the City Council to direct $95,000 from the year-end surplus to the city arborist to hire an ISA-certified consultant to conduct a thorough inventory of the city's roughly 12,000 public trees. The Urban Forestry Commission wrote to support the Falls Church Climate Action Network's September 2 request that year-end surplus funds be used to fund actions to expedite the city's community and government operations energy action plans. The following support the Bike Master Plan and requested that funding for the plan be included in the budget. David Bloomgarden, Jan Hill, Eric Pelton of 303 North Oak Street, Deborah Shusan, David Stile, and Jacob Williams of 505 Roosevelt Boulevard. The following requested continued city support for the Welcoming Falls Church Refugee Resettlement Program. Samira Davis, Emily Draper, Kevin Hurst, Salal Kamran, Kathleen Norman, Lynn Roche, Rebecca Shaw, Catherine Stein, Rachel Sundin, and Christine Dunn. Gina Kachechi reported that the Park Towers Condominium Unit Owners Association at 200 North Maple Avenue supports option 1 of the solid waste financing options. In other correspondence about the Bike Master Plan, the Board of Directors of the Falls Plaza Condominium Association wrote to oppose the east-west pedestrian and bicycle connection between the W&OD Trail and the secondary school's campus. And Garrett M.G. of Greenway Downs wrote in support of the plan and recommended further network links. Regarding commercial parking, Falls Church Forward supported the proposed change to the zoning code to reduce commercial parking and suggested exempting 1,400 square feet of business size. David Stile wrote to support the proposed commercial parking zoning code changes as well. In other correspondence, Brooksfield School parents wrote to ask the city for support in finding a permanent home for their preschool. Jared Anderson asked for improvements to pedestrian safety at the intersection of Gundry and Annandale. Patrice Lepsick, the city's representative to the Health Systems Agency of Northern Virginia, provided a report on the work of the group. Jamie Eigelhart, 807 Villa Ridge Road, asked for a review of the wait time at the traffic light at Washington and Broad Streets. Leslie Rye asked for a pedestrian safety review of the Broad and Washington Building's East Broad Street parking garage exit. Margaret Schwartz of 313 Lincoln Avenue asked for a repair at the W&OD crossing at Little Falls Street. Art Wakely, 135 Lee Court, asked for review of the 20-mile-per-hour speed postings at South Spring Street and Broad Street to take into account drivers entering Broad Street from South Spring Street. Christine Ward of 807 Fulton Avenue asked that swimming pools and an indoor climbing gym be considered for both private and public development. Rohini Winters of Grove Avenue wrote about the process for issuing street closure permits for private Halloween events. And Paul Rothstein wrote with concerns about traffic and pedestrian safety near the West Falls project.
Terrific, thank you. That was a lot. Let's move on to public comment, either live in person or virtually.
Yes, first, virtually, we have Paul Rothstein. And to remind everybody, we have a 3-minute limit on comments. And if you're here, you'll see a yellow light that'll tell you need to wrap up. You have 30 seconds. And I will let the online commenters know when that happens. Thanks.
Welcome, Mr. Rothstein. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak to the City Council. A copy of these comments can be found in the 2024 folder at tinyurl.com/Falls Church Issues. That's one word, Falls Church Issues. While my comments are for the entire City Council, I ask particularly for the reactions of Council Members Snyder and Flynn, who are both attorneys. Council Member Flynn's website emphasizes her support for quote-unquote walkable streets and her background as a quote public interest attorney who has spent her career working on civil rights issues for the federal government, unquote. I outlined these issues in an October 19th email, which can be found at the same folder. I'm in the portion of Fairfax County closest to your development and am posing these questions because of the promise promise to the community of multi-jurisdictional cooperation. First, the West Falls Church project, which is in the city, blocks the path in front of the project, which would be a problem for workers trying to walk to their restaurant and other jobs from the west during Live Local Month. The response from the developers informing that there is a route, however, I noted that, quote, there is no notification of an alternative route around the construction. I don't understand why people can't be given clear instructions for an alternative route. The city has talked a lot about creating a walkable community for people buying condominiums for up to $2 million, but there currently is a problem for a lot of people with substantially less means who walk to their jobs and don't know how to get safely around that construction, unquote. The solution is fairly simple: put in a large sign in applicable languages. Second, on October 19th, I repeated a September 5th request about two items that affect Haycock Road, the promised smart test bed and the parallel road. I don't understand why it takes 52 days and counting to learn about the issues that will affect your project and your neighbors on Haycock Road. When can I expect a response? Finally, as I outlined in my comments to the City Council on July 25th, 2022, I asked the Council to explain if the City violated Section 2.2-3704B of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. In an email CCing City Manager Wyatt Shields on May 25th, 2022, I asked for a, quote, letter of intent or similar summary, unquote, of the agreement with Converge, which is now about ready to start its construction. I reproduced the letter in the email. Mr. Shields had signed the term sheet with Converge on March 29th, but the city did not acknowledge its existence prior to my request on May 25th. I believe the city violated the Freedom of Information Act and asked for a response, which I never received. Since Councilmember Flynn is an attorney, and since Councilmember Snyder is an attorney, and since Councilmember Flynn is a public interest attorney, I asked them for a response and any actions that the city has taken if it believes that the city violated the Virginia Freedom of Information Act in 2022. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the council.
Thank you, Mr. Rothstein.
Next, we have Paulo Mendes, followed by Gail Wadsworth.
Plus my glasses under here. Hi, everyone. My name is Paulo Mendes, and I'm the Operations Director for Virginia Dream Football Club. I handed some sheets, I guess, that you have in front of you with some information about us. I want to first thank you for the opportunity to introduce us to the City Council, and especially Ms. Connolly, who suggested I come over and let you all know about us a little bit. Virginia Dream FC football club was founded in 2022, and it was with a goal to provide Falls Church City with a high-level soccer team of its own. A mission to make sure that anyone who is talented enough will be able to keep playing the beautiful game regardless of their financial or life situation by covering all expenses associated with their participation in soccer competition, and a vision to create an organic connection between soccer, art, fashion, and music, sparking a unique culture built around collaboration and hard work. That's just a long way to say that we would like to become a big part of the Falls Church City community, and through sporting events. It's kind of today's a sporting day and a shop local day here, so we fit right in. But basically, in our mission, we are trying to provide an opportunity for a lot of players who have, for one reason or another, life situations, financial situations, dropped out of the soccer game, and we're trying to get them back in by making sure we cover everything that would be an expense for them and prevent them from being playing the sport they love. Now, why Falls Church City? Because I think Falls Church City as a community is a very tight community, supportive of local businesses, supportive of important social issues like giving people a second opportunity to play the game. I also, at this point, would like to thank everyone in Falls Church City who has helped us, from the staff and teachers at Meridian High School to the Parks and Recs people to the fields and facilities people for making us feel welcome here. They've been extremely helpful. Everyone has been extremely helpful. So thank you very much. Any questions you have?
Thank you for coming to introduce yourselves.
Thank you.
Next, we have Gail Wadsworth, followed by Alex Maricola.
Gail Wadsworth, Park Towers Condominium, 200 North Maple Avenue, Falls Church. I'm here tonight to speak to the issue of solid waste financing options presented in the Solid Waste Management Plan. I would first like to thank Council and City Management for progress made on this topic and for soliciting input from City residents. In a communication on October 16th to City Council, the president of the Park Towers Condominium Unit Owners Association expressed support of the association for option 1 of the financing options. Option 1, as written, would institute a flat fee for curbside solid waste services for residential customers and would thus eliminate the inequity between detached homes and multifamily dwellings, such as Park Towers, regarding solid waste collection. I would like to express my personal support for option 1. Park Towers unit owners have been helping to subsidize the provision of waste collection for single-family homes and townhomes for almost 40 years by paying taxes for a service that they did not receive. Option 1 would correct this inequity going forward. My husband and I have personally helped with this subsidizing for 37 years. As we have been told that former President Jimmy Carter was determined to live long enough to vote in the 2024 presidential election, so I, on a local level, would like to live long enough to see a fair resolution to the issue of solid waste management collection in Falls Church. The clock is ticking for me. I would encourage not only the implementation of option 1, but implementation without delay. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Alex Maricola, followed by Joseph Shirizzi.
Good evening, members of City Council. I'm Alex Maricola. I live on Chanel Terrace, and I want to talk about the Rolling Tobacco Road. The Rolling Tobacco Road was a series of paths all throughout the South that connected planters to ports and storehouses on which to sell their crops. A rolling tobacco road, in fact, passes right through the city of Falls Church. Planters often utilized animals to bring their crops to these storehouses in order to get the money they needed to survive. In fact, it was on these animals that many planters passed by a small church on the way to the Great Falls, the Falls Church. It is thus somewhat insulting that our minimum parking regulations, it always comes back, do a disservice to these animals. Our minimum parking regulations require 1 space per 2 stalls in a riding stable. Yes, in this city, even the animals are riding cars, although apparently they're carpooling. Now, obviously, there aren't going to be any riding stables built in the city anytime soon. Of that much, I'm pretty sure. However, it is another example of the way that these regulations were not thought out in the slightest. Why is it 1 stall or 1 space per 2 stalls? Is it because the average horse owner in Falls Church has 2 horses and thus would need 1 car to get to both of them? Is it perhaps because 2 horses can operate 1 car? We will never know because there was no debate, there was no discussion, there were no studies. I have no idea how many horses it takes to run a car. Perhaps if the city would like to keep these regulations, we should do a study about it. Now, today, finally, we will vote, or rather you will vote, on an amendment to these ordinances to allow businesses to ignore the first 1,500 square feet in certain circumstances, lots of asterisks going into the ordinances, but it is one small step towards making these ordinances actually work and making them all actually well thought out. I encourage you to please vote for this, but also to remember that you should vote for other things that would get rid of these regulations because they're insane. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
We have Joseph Shirizzi, followed by John Ward.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Joseph Shirizzi. I live on Gundry Drive. My comments this evening are personal for myself and do not represent any organization. I'm here tonight to ask City Council to strongly support the amendment to parking minimums. We just went into Small Business Month. I don't know about y'all, but I just personally made a pledge to spend 20% of my money at small businesses in Falls Church. And it is hard to be a small business right now, especially in restaurants, especially in the food space, where, inflation, costs have gotten so expensive, margins are very small. It would be a shame if there is some small business out there that wants to come to Falls Church, that wants to provide tax revenue here, that wants to add culture to our wonderful city, but they can't because there's not enough parking on the premises of an empty building. Where the Target used to be, there's a couple empty storefronts over there. We've got empty storefronts on Broad across from Founders Row. We've got, the old inn by the Harris Teeter. All these open places that could be serving the city better that are kind of wasted space right now. And we have no idea how many great businesses could be in there or, how much it changes the economics for them to be able to open a higher variety of businesses, more services, more community services, but they can't because our parking regulations are just super outdated. So the Environmental Sustainability Council voted to support the amendment at an even higher level than the proposed 1,000 square feet. I believe the Economic Development Board did as well. So I would please encourage everyone to take the maximum possible amount that we can do without having to do another first reading. The choice is really how much do we want to support small businesses, a little bit or as much as possible, and how much more do we want to encourage people to walk around Falls Church as opposed to driving. The other part of that is the average cost of building a new below ground parking spot in a garage in Falls Church right now is about $50,000 per parking spot. It's $50,000 per car, per spot. Whether or not it's used, it's absurdly expensive. City staff does not have time to go project by project for each small business in the whole city. There's hundreds, and each building, and say, okay, you can have this exception and you can't. And small business owners cannot be expected to, plan to come to Falls Church if there aren't very clear, specific rules for them to follow. So please support this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Our last speaker is John Ward.
Good evening. Thank you for your time and your service. John Ward, 335 Riley Street. My comment this evening regards one of the items that's on your agenda for later on, about an hour and a half from now. I won't be able to stay for all of that. It's the budget amendment, the carry forward from FY24 funds into FY25. I'm actually submitted a comment to this effect question to staff late last week after the draft language for the amendment was publicized. So I didn't expect an answer in that sort of time, but just FYI, staff has been alerted that I was going to be asking this question tonight, and I hope it might just be a simple yes or no answer when you get to it later on this evening. 12 months ago, FY23 funds, City Council was looking to surplus a little over $4 million, and you made the decision to appropriate less than 3% of that, about $110,000, to activities that came under the heading of environmental sustainability. It looks like, as far as we can tell, at this point, through FY24, even through today, less than half of that has been spent. And that's not complaining about that. A lot of it was services and contracts. There's delays. It's totally understandable and reasonable that they haven't been expended yet. But that raised a question in the Environmental Sustainability Council meeting in September. Is that $60,000 plus still available? If staff wanted to spend it tomorrow, could they? And without any budget impacts. And the suggested answer was yes, that it's there. You don't need to do anything else in this budget amendment. But then the budget amendment came out in the language there, and I noticed around line 130 or so, 125, and section 1E, just for your reference later on this evening, there are multiple items that were appropriated yet unspent in FY24. Art wraps on the traffic control boxes, some planter things, a lot of 75th anniversary activities and elements. And so that raised the question that is it if the environmental sustainability funds, they also seem to have been appropriated and unspent, but there's no line item calling those out. So just wanted some resolution, some clarification purely later on this evening as to whether or not that 60,000 plus is still available. Does it need to be added back into the amendment so that it is carried forward, or is that actually staff's recommendation and council's intent that it didn't get spent, it should be spent to something else, just pull it back into the surplus and carry forward? Just looking for a clarification on that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment.
And that's all we have for tonight. Thanks.
Great. Mr. Shields, I think before we get to your city manager's report, because I know we also have Chief Fard here, there are probably a couple items that would be great to address while we've got public commenters here. In particular, I think our first speaker, Mr. Rothstein, because I've also seen email traffic from Hoffman about the concern over safe pedestrian passage. So I wanted to make sure his concerns were addressed, given that there has been follow-up on those items. Do you have anything to add on that one?
So first, I do want to acknowledge the comments and thank Mr. Rothstein for those comments. This is a very, obviously, the pathway to the school is one of the most heavily trafficked pedestrian corridors in the city. The pedestrian pathway through the whole campus, all the way through to Route 7, and then kind of under the I-66 bridge, is one that we might not think of quite as frequently in terms of how people navigate all the way through the site. And so it was a very worthwhile comment. Signage has been put up by the developer, I believe, today or very recently in response to that comment. We will work with them just in terms of refining that signage if needed going forward, but there was an immediate response to that to provide the walking public with some directional signage if you want to get all the way through the site. So that's appreciated. With respect to the comments with respect to compliance with FOIA, first, I just acknowledge the comment. I acknowledge that Mr. Rothstein has expressed dissatisfaction with the city's response previously. We're aware of that. There is not a solution that I can offer to that concern at this point. We have responded to the best extent that we're able to, and that's about all I can say about that. There are no documents that the city has withheld with respect to any FOIA request that I'm aware of.
Great, thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I might, there's one other topic that Mr. Rothstein mentioned, which is Haycock Road. Do you have, can you provide sort of a schedule of when Haycock Road will be completed and otherwise made more accessible to pedestrians coming from areas of Fairfax County through that area onto Route 7?
So The final, what everybody is looking forward to is the final installation of curb and gutter, the sidewalks, and a repaving of the street, which will occur. We do have the traffic signals that are on the critical path to getting all of that work done, because we don't want to resurface the whole street until some of the underground infrastructure that's required for those signals is installed. So the developer has informed us that we're still looking into late Q1, early Q2 next year for that final treatment. So we do have to ask the public to bear with us as we go through this construction pain that we all feel. But we are also observing a lot of progress, and we're starting to see things really start to come together on the site. So relief is on the horizon, but we still have some pain before we get there.
Thank you. So I was actually at the secondary campus tonight, and that's the reason I was late. I think a request I've made before is actually add additional lighting, because I think all the concerns expressed by the public are reasonable. The construction has gone on a long time, and I think the requests are right now to make it as safe as possible in the interim. So I think Hoffman is actually on the line. If I could make it another request to actually get extra lighting there now that it's dark, both for our students going in then early as well as after school activities and other evening things such as the Falls Church Virginia Dream Team that practices there as well.
And just to be clear, so we know we're all talking about the same thing. You're talking about lighting at the intersection of Haycock and Mustang.
Correct.
Right.
That is where we are asking people to cross the street right now versus the intersection of Haycock and 7. So if that is the route getting into the campus, then I'd want that to be lit well.
So we've discussed that with Hoffman. I believe there is a solution en route for that as a temporary lighting solution. When we get to that item, we can provide the latest update on that.
Terrific. Thank you. Are there any other requests while we're on public comment, follow-ups?
There was a question from Mr. Ward just a moment ago about the carry forward, and I believe the answer is that if the funds are not in the capital program, they do expire at the end of the year if they're not carry forward and reappropriated. And so we can go through the details on that. Our thinking, however, was the city did appropriate funding to advance the Government Energy Action Plan in the current fiscal year, and we're working to implement what the City Council appropriated in this year's budget, which is why we did not ask for that carry forward of any unexpended balances from the prior year.
Okay. I don't know if I fully understand. So that money would still be available to be used in this coming year? Or it's not?
So those specific dollars that were appropriated before will expire. But the council made a new appropriation of funds in the existing FY25 budget that we will be implementing over the current fiscal year.
So my understanding was that some of that was for like rooftop solar, and correct me if I'm wrong.
So if it's in the CIP, then it has a 3-year period in which it can be expended. So I just don't know, sitting here, exactly which dollars we're talking about.
Okay.
So if Ms. Bawa knows exactly what it is which dollars we're speaking of, I'd invite her to speak to it. But if not, I think my answer is the information that we have.
So it expires at the calendar year or the fiscal year?
With the fiscal year.
So we've got 7 more months then.
For this year's appropriation, which the council approved last May. That's right.
Not the carryover.
Yeah, good evening. Sorry. So yeah, the operating budget ends at the end of fiscal year, so we have till June 30th to expend it. Any service and product provided to us by vendors by the 30th of June gets paid, even if it gets paid after, but we have to have the service done by then. And so we do have 7 months before the end of this fiscal year to use our fiscal year 2025 appropriations. 2024 operating budget, if has not been used, gets lapsed unless we come to council for reappropriation as a carry forward of those funds.
Can you explain why it isn't in the carry forward then?
So
I mean, are you saying that the FY25 budget is that plus? It's going to cover everything we wanted to do with that $60,000?
in terms of plans that we have for this fiscal year, the money that was appropriated in this fiscal year, that's what we can execute this year. And so that's why we did not ask for the carry forward of those funds.
Just so that I make sure that I'm following, so there were the commercial energy audits, that $60,000 was supposed to go to the commercial energy audits. So it looks like we would be able to do those commercial energy audits?
So there's an appropriation in the current year's budget to be able to do those audits, so that would be part of the program for this fiscal year.
Okay, so it sounds like we're good. Okay, thank you.
I had one request that came out of the Urban Forestry Commission. I know I've talked about this before in the budget cycle and in surplus discussions about the tree inventory. I understand, that we're not at this point including that in first reading. I would just make a request that as we go into the next budget cycle, that the city staff look at that issue in terms of kind of the plan management decision-making regarding kind of tree inventory, how it is that we're managing those resources in light of our different climate goals and the benefits in that area of, appropriate management and compliance generally with industry standards. And that we also think about that in connection with our obligations with Metropolitan, Council of Governments in terms of the regional tree canopy goals that we've established, through that organization. So just in the next upcoming budget cycle, and it may be that Urban Forestry takes on some additional work in order to help provide staff with some of that information, piggybacking on Vienna's work in this area. I have two other requests, but I can hold them until after the chief's presentation if we're going to have an opportunity for
Let's hold off on that. I think I was mainly want to respond to the public comments while we had people in the audience waiting for that, so we can be responsive. But let's move on to the city manager's report, and then we'll hold on additional council requests.
Okay, I have three very short updates for the city council, and then I will turn it over to Chief Fard, and he will deliver the annual report for 2023 for the Falls Church Police Department, and it's a very detailed report, and I think it has a lot of information that's very useful for the community and for the city council to hear from. So he's the star attraction in the city manager's report tonight. I do want to just note for the public that the Berman Park construction is underway today. The heaviest impacts right now are on Kent Street and on Ellison Street, where we have portions of those two streets closed. What we are doing is installing new sidewalks and narrowing the streets in certain sections around that linear park. The goal of the project, this is a very heavily used park, is to make the street crossings for that linear park very visible and to improve safety for all the users of that park. And so I ask for people to bear with us during construction, but I think we'll have a good product at the end of it. Leaf pickup is starting today as well, and we're beginning on the south side of Broad, and we'll continue next week then on the north side of the Broad. People can go to the city website just to track where we are planning to hit in the next week, so you can plan your weekend activities accordingly if you happen to be raking leaves. And we are promoting leaving the leaves as a very good option for homeowners as well. That's something where you can go on the city website just to learn more about that, but you can mulch your leaves with your mower and either break them right into your planter beds right on site or compost them. So it's a great natural resource that you can reuse on your property as well, and that lowers costs and lowers our carbon emissions, because getting these leaves up is a very fossil fuel intensive enterprise. Those are the two things I wanted to report tonight, and I'll invite Chief Fard to come forward for the 2023 annual report for the police department.
While Chief Fard is getting ready, I'm just going to add a third one, Mr. Shields. I believe today is the first day that the speed monitoring citations are starting, so maybe a good PSA for the public.
I was going to allow Chief Fard to speak to that, but you were correct.
Sorry to steal your thunder.
Well, good evening, Mayor Hardy, Vice Mayor Hiscott, and members of council. I wasn't feeling the pressure until I heard I was the star of the show, so I'll see if I can live up to that expectation. So thank you for the opportunity to present an overview of the Falls Church Police Department's 2023 annual report, which highlights our progress, challenges, and goals for the future. For our guests that are present and those that are watching from home, my name is Sean Fard. I'm the Chief of Police, your Chief of Police, and the Public Safety Director for our city, City of Falls Church. Last year, was a pivotal year for the police department because it was marked by a leadership transition of Chief Mary Gavin, who retired after 16 years of service with the Falls Church Police Department and with over a decade as its chief during her time. And she really set the groundwork for my tenure, which began earlier this year. I am honored to lead the men and women of the city's public safety staff and look forward to enhancing and improving the services we provide to our community. At the core of what we do at the police department, we're guided by our core values emphasizing the sanctity of life, fairness, and community trust. Those core values drive our actions and decisions, and I hope this report demonstrates those priorities. Since the primary objective of our annual report is to report crime data, I want to start there, if you allow me to. In the 2023 annual report, the community will notice a shift in our reporting from previous years because we've started using the FBI's National Incident-Based Reporting System, also known as NIBRS. It provides a more detailed and transparent count of local crime data. Because it's a new report for our community, I think it might be helpful for me just to provide a brief overview of what NIBRS is and explain how it classifies different types of crime. And I should also point out the differences between a crime and also what's known commonly as an offense. A crime and offense are the same thing, but we also in the police department have what we call incidents. So we may respond to a single incident for police services, but there may be multiple offenses or crimes in a single event. So NIBRS reports the offenses or crimes, as I mentioned, not incidents. NIBRS is an advanced crime reporting system used by the United States to collect detailed data on crime incidents. Unlike traditional reporting methods, NIBRS captures specific data about each crime, including information on type of offenses, the people involved, and the circumstances surrounding the crime. This level of detail helps law enforcement and communities better understand crime patterns and improve public safety. NIBRS classifies crimes in two primary categories. Those categories are Group A offenses and Group B offenses. I'll just elaborate very briefly on both groups. So Group A offenses include serious crimes like homicide, assault, and burglary, which often have a direct impact on victims and communities. These incidents are reported with detailed information covering up to 52 types of offenses. There are three subcategories in Group A, which are crimes against persons, crimes against property, and crimes against society. For each Group A incident, NIBRS records essential details like the type of weapons used, the relationship between victim and offender, and other circumstances. Under Group B offenses, they're generally less severe and include crimes such as loitering, disorderly conduct, minor property crimes. While less information is collected on Group B offenses, they're still crucial for understanding overall crime trends and addressing issues that may affect community quality of life. At the state level, the Virginia State Police administers a NIBRS system for our state by collecting and submitting the local data to the FBI. Because the Group B offenses represent less serious offenses as compared to Group A offenses, the Virginia State Police prioritizes Group B offenses for those incidents resulting only in arrest. This practice creates efficiency in data collection and allows the Virginia State Police to maintain a balance between thorough reporting of serious crimes and efficient documentation of minor offenses. So, The NIBRS detailed structure being used in our annual report enhances transparency and provides more accurate view of crime in our city, allowing for targeted responses and better informed policy decisions. So although, as you'll see in our crime stats for 2023, there was a slight increase in Group A offenses, Falls Church's crime rates are below those for the state and our region. In fact, Falls Church has the second lowest crime rate per 100,000 in the Northern Virginia region. This underscores our commitment to community safety. As I mentioned, the primary purpose of our report is to report crime data, but it's also important for me to talk about the work of our dedicated people who work hard each day in keeping us safe and those crime rates down. During the calendar year 2023, our operations divisions, those are the men and women you see in uniform out there, are responsible for patrolling and responding to emergencies, and they managed last 2023 nearly 29,000 calls for service. Those are self-initiated calls and those initiated from the community. New for this year's report, you'll see that we broke down those numbers so the community understands what the origins of those calls for service are. So in 2023, the Operations Division saw expanded partnership with mental health resources. In fact, a feasibility study conducted last year and continuing through this year is guiding our proposed community care team, aiming to address mental health crisis collaboratively. And in the very near future, we plan to come back to you during a work session and provide you with our plans and proposals for the community care team. On the investigative side, our Criminal Investigations Division investigated 286 criminal cases with a closure rate of 74%, aligning us with national standards. This team's work has been critical in combating complex crimes, such as major credit card fraud schemes and violent incidents involving cross-jurisdictional cooperation. Our school resource officers also are actively engaged with students with programs on public safety topics, fostering positive relationships and providing safety education. We're also proud of our expanded training efforts with over 4,800 hours dedicated to advance skill building and de-escalation, emergency response, and mental health crisis intervention. Our goal is to ensure every officer is equipped to serve with professionalism and care. Internally, the department upholds a stringent accountability structure managed by our Internal Affairs Unit, which investigates and addresses any uses of force or misconduct. In 2023, we completed 21 administrative investigations, including 17 uses of force cases, all resolved within policy guidelines. This rigorous process promotes transparency and reinforces our commitment to accountability. Lastly, I want to acknowledge our dedicated civilian staff who maintain records, answer phone calls, provide community services, and support our police officers in countless ways. Their work often goes unseen, but it's essential to the integrity and daily operations of our department. As we look to the coming months and years, our focus remains on strengthening public trust through transparency, expanding our mental health response capabilities, and prioritizing traffic safety and crime prevention. We're honored to have your continued support and look forward to partnership with you to keep Falls Church a safe, vibrant community. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Chief Fard. Thank you for the very thorough report. I read all 30 pages of it. So I guess I'll just lead off with just quick comments, and I'm sure everyone up here will want to ask questions, comment as well. So despite being on council 8 years now, I think this is the first time I've seen the annual report from the police department. So I really applaud you for the transparency and the accessibility and how much you're making kind of the police department and public safety accessible for the community to have a dialogue about it. So we appreciate that.
Thank you.
So with that, questions or comments? Mr. Snyder?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chief. So a couple questions. Traffic offenses, that is drunk driving offenses like that, are they under Group A or Group B?
So DUIs, drinking under influence arrest, they're under Group B.
Okay. And like speeding and other traffic offenses, where would they be? Would they under Group B as well?
So generally, the only crimes that get captured under Group A or B if there is an actual criminal offense. So under Virginia Code, 18.2 section or Criminal Code 46.2 or traffic. So anything that would fall under traffic that's not a jailable offense would not be a criminal offense, and only criminal offenses that are listed are what the FBI captures as a Group B offense.
Do you have some separate data on traffic safety? I know citizens are very, very interested in that. Of course, they're interested in everything else you do, but there's a particular interest in that. Do you have anything you can share with us and any recommendations going forward on traffic safety?
Sure. So there are some traffic data on page 12 of the report, showing the number of parking tickets and also traffic tickets and reportable traffic crashes. We report all of our traffic crashes now on a weekly basis. We start putting them on our website, and we start putting a link to the state's website that provides traffic data. So the public at any time can go to the police department's website. On the left-hand side, you'll see reports and data. Click on that. You'll see not only our weekly crime data, you'll see our traffic data, and there's a link there to the state data that can go back many years. Certainly, if you have any questions about specific things, I can answer, but I think I've made it pretty clear to the community and to council and city leadership that I take traffic safety very, very seriously for all of our road users, whether it's pedestrians, bicyclists, and motorists. And we have stepped up enforcement. We've talked about our 3 E models: education, engineering, and enforcement. We started sharing data on a weekly basis with our traffic engineers. Anytime we've had a critical incident crash, we go back and do an after action on that to see what we can do in terms of engineering, education, and enforcement. This year, we started our child safety seat education program in the police department, and we're looking at many other ways to use data, evidence-based policing to drive some of our actions in regards to traffic safety.
Thank you very much, Chief. It's exactly that discussion I wanted on the record, so thank you very much for pointing all that out.
All right, thank you.
Other questions or comments? Ms. Lynn?
I just wanted to again say thank you since you joined the city for all of your outreach and the time, and effort that you personally have put in on your own and on behalf of the department to kind of reach out to the community and make yourself, known as a resource for them. I had asked Mr. Shields about the reaccreditation sort of steps during our work session on the budget, just to ensure that you felt as though you were kind of supported or had the resources to undertake that, since we had last sort of discussed that issue. And so I know that he had answered that, you had decided to have someone, help in that effort. And so just kind of wanted to hear about how that was coming along, especially given, the importance I know that you recognize sort of in accreditation and strengthening police departments and quality of services and kind of commitment to best practices and also, transparent policing.
Yeah. No, thank you for that comment. There isn't many things that are more important to me than getting the department accredited, because it's not about the end means, right? It's not about the end goal of getting accredited and saying we're accredited. It's about that process that's going to make us better. So you're absolutely right. We have someone who's helping us with our policy updates, looking at our accreditation standards. We're actually going to go to a national standard as opposed to a state standard, to have that better, wider acceptance of our practices. And then more importantly, just changing our culture to make sure that everything that's within our policies and all the best national practices are ingrained. So audits, inventories, just best practices with our policy. So we're going through that, and every day as we go forward, we're gaining advances in that. We're in early stages, but I can promise you we're going to get accredited. That's not an option that's otherwise for us. That is a priority for me.
Yeah, and I appreciate that too, because I was actually surprised to see sort of the numbers, in Virginia of accredited or non-accredited sort of police forces. And so I appreciate your kind of commitment to ensuring, that we are undergoing that process, because the accreditation numbers were not as high as I would have, anticipated. And so it also speaks to your leadership on that front. So thank you again.
Thank you. And just to be clear, the department was accredited not too long ago, so we're just trying to get back on the right track with that. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I also wanted to add my thanks on the reaccreditation support. I think we were all surprised with some of that data. And just, again, the focus on evidence-based policing and being transparent with your policing has been, it's been great. I know I've always read the crime report, and we've added this crash report, and it kind of gives you the time of day, the locations. It reinforces, and I know we'll have further data on this, but it reinforces a lot of what we hear and where we want to prioritize the dollars that we spend on fixing sidewalks or intersections or sight lines. So that helps us make even better decisions on how we spend our taxpayers' dollars to make our pedestrians, bikers, and car drivers safer. I also wanted to thank you for being on the bike around Falls Church a lot. I know, having 3 lifers, when my kids were little, we had a patrol officer always on bike. And that is something that young kids and students really see visibly. You out there in the community in so many ways, but on your bike in particular, and also in leading the what do we call them, the bike buses to campus. That's been a nice add, and also just highlights, I think, for the adults and for the police, how many spots we do have that we're concerned about on the bike to school routes. And it helps us inform those decisions we're making moving forward as well, which are expensive decisions to make on behalf of our citizens. So I thank you for doing that. And then also just for serving on the Community Justice Board as well in our region, because I think even sitting through just the first few hours of meetings talking about the challenges that we all share with mental health concerns, with our unhoused population that often is going directly into prisons, which doesn't solve any of the problems that we have in the underlying problems that we have. And so having you a part of that team and a part of addressing those larger societal programs, in addition to doing all of the blocking and tackling and operating that you're doing on the daily basis, is really key to what I think will be longer term success as well. So thank you.
No, thank you. And if anybody wants to see me on bike, Halloween, I'll be out there dressed as a cop, so no trick-or-treating.
Great. Ms. Connolly?
I want to thank you for this report, for all of the metrics and details and charts and graphs. That's really helpful to see tell the story that way, and so that we can really fully understand what's going on in the city. But I also want to thank you for the parts of the report starting on about page 25 where it says the police are the people and the people are the police, and that's a lovely story that you're telling there too, about taking care of the people, being part of the community. That's so important, and I've seen your officers out and about in so many different ways and really appreciate that. It makes the community feel safer.
Well, thank you. Give me goosebumps there. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Sandra?
I just want to plus one the comments about being out there on the bike, whether it was the bike to work day or so many other festivities. It's been great to see you out and about. Also, reading through this document, I learned so much. So I feel like I have a new window into all the work that you all do.
Wonderful.
So thank you. I guess there are so many different categories, and something that I was curious about is, and maybe it doesn't line up this way, but are there categories that you've laid out that lend themselves more to social worker or interventional specialists versus uniformed police officer?
Can you?
As in, so if there's a mental health issue, then that would be a case where a mental health specialist might be a better use than, or it might be more appropriate for a mental health specialist to go out there than necessarily a uniformed police officer. And so I was wondering, for these categories, obviously for burglary or arson, but I don't know, maybe there's a mental health issue that's related to the arson, and so then a mental health specialist. So my question is, do these categories all intersect with mental health, or would you say that there are some categories here that are cleaner in terms of it would make more sense to use a social service worker or an interventional specialist rather than a police officer in uniform?
Yeah, I don't know if I can put it in terms of the categories, but I could just generally say that it's hard to know until we get there, right? Because what may be a burglary may be a mental health issue. What may be a domestic issue, maybe a mental health, substance abuse, right? With our, whether it's DUI or drug arrest, those could be mental health. Certainly, there's a lot of mental health issues out there, and having those resources is extremely important as an option to divert from arrest, right? If we don't have a mandatory arrest situation, even our officers would much rather divert that arrest to mental health resources. So I don't know if I can answer the question very well in terms of how it fits within the graphs. But yeah, I mean, it's a great resource and we use it a lot. Certainly your mental health calls where someone calls and they don't necessarily have an issue with crime. They just need services, right? At 2 o'clock in the morning, there's no one else to call. It's the cops or the paramedics, right? So we go, the mental health clinicians are not there 2 o'clock in the morning, right? So we have to go and try to get them that help that we're able to get them. We try to do the best we can so that we can divert from arrest. So that's an ongoing process.
Great. Okay, thank you. That answered my question well.
Okay.
And
could I just add a little bit to what the chief was speaking about? Because the chief and I and Ms. Jones and Dr. Bracey have been having conversations about what we learned from a pilot program, which we call the Community Care Program, where Dr. Bracey, who is a clinical therapist with the Aurora House, was essentially on loan with the police department to see how mental health expertise could help the department in its response. So there are lessons that we've learned from that. We're processing those right now. We do want to schedule time with the council so you can hear from Dr. Bracey and Chief Fard directly on what the experience was and kind of where we think that this might go going forward.
that would be great. Yeah.
And it's related to a state mandate as well, the Marcus Alert, mandate that we provide these types of intervention services as well. And so that's something that we want to engage with the city council and the community on.
Great, thank you. And then I guess going back to the graph on page 12, which was the traffic report, it looked like, it's funny because the reportable traffic crashes, I guess is it looks small in terms of, the number of parking tickets that we have. But if you look at it closely, it looks like our traffic crashes have increased.
It's a 30% jump.
Yeah, so it went from 99 to 138. And so, to that effect, you mentioned that there's more data on the website. First question is, do you have any, I know you've only been here for a year.
9 months.
But yeah, right, not even a year. But do you have any insight as to what's going on there? And then I have a follow-up question to that.
Sure. Well, I'll give you some statewide stats just to kind of put things into context. So statewide, there's a 4.2% in 2023 increase in crashes. There was increases in alcohol-related crashes statewide, speed-related crashes, crashes involving unrestrained occupants. There was a 15% increase in pedestrian crashes statewide, 6% increase in motorcycle crashes, 7.5% increase in crashes with injuries, 4% increase in distracted driving, 9% increase in fatalities. List goes on and on and on, right? So statewide, all jurisdictions are dealing with that. Locally, there was a uptake in crashes that you see on the graph. I wasn't here in 2023. It sounds like a cop-out, but in 24, since I've gotten here, I've made it a priority for traffic enforcement. And to date, in 2024, we've had 63 reportable crashes, right? So we look at those data and we look at bike crashes like last year, 2023, we had 4 reportable bike crashes. This year, we've had 1. So we're making some progress. Yeah, that 138, you're right, it is a small number for such a big story. But we're looking at all of them. We're looking at alcohol-related injuries, speed-related injuries, unrestrained, The pedestrians, we had 12 pedestrian involved crashes last year, reportable. This year, we've had 5. Speed-related crashes, we had 14 in 2023. So far this year, we've had 6. So coming out of COVID, we hear that a lot, right? The speeds and the distracted driving nationwide was becoming an issue. After 20, 30 years having fatalities go down, they started coming back up after COVID nationwide. So we're hopefully turning a curve with that.
Gotcha. How easy is it with the, am I saying this, NIBRS system? I don't know, the reporting system that you have. How easy is it to break out some of that traffic data to get the number of pedestrians that were hit, to get the number of injuries and speeding enforcement data and fatality data? Is that something that we have readily accessible?
The state database doesn't give you enforcement, but it'll give you crash data, right? So if you go to our website, you'll see a link there. There's instructions how to go to, it's called TREDS, the state website. You go there, and it's very interactive, very easy. It's on a map display. You can play around with it. You can add, remove options, and then you can even download it into an Excel and play with it even more. Now, those are reportable offenses, right? So by state law, reportable offenses are crashes with more than $1,500 in property damage or injury. So those are the ones that are on the TREDS website. On a week-to-week basis, we report out everything that happens on public property. The large majority of crashes we respond to are parking lots, people, running into each other, tight spots and those kind of things. But what you see on our website are what happens on public roadways, regardless whether they're reportable or not. What you see on TREDS, it's everything that's reportable under state law.
Gotcha. So the information on our website would be more encompassing than what you would necessarily see on TREDS.
It's not as interactive. It's two-dimensional. It's week to week. I'm working on that. We're trying to upgrade our CAD RMS system and our analytical abilities. So I can, we've talked about dashboards and things like that. I'd love that idea, but it's a process to get there.
Okay, that's wonderful to hear. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
And can I add one comment as well? So when you're looking at 3-year data in the COVID era, you do also have to be very careful about sort of we were springing back, unfortunately, to some pre-COVID norms. And so it may look like, the 3-year trends say something, but in fact, it's just kind of going back to the way we were.
Yeah, I figured that looking with, back 2 or 3 or 4 years is not the whole picture there. So thank you.
Well, to Mr. Shields' point, in 2019, there was 121 reportable crashes in the city, and in 2018, there was 130.
Great. So something I've been using a lot, I say that if you give a mouse a cookie, they're going to ask for a glass of milk. And so since you're showing us all this data, we're going to ask for more. So I think this is great. I think as evident by the conversation up here, there's a lot of interest to spend time on traffic safety. I think the conversation we just had about looking at traffic data, the trends, understanding regional benchmarks, what's happening at the state level, that's exactly the kind of conversation I think we want to have when we adopt Vision Zero. Be able to talk about what's happening real on the ground, how do we then pair that up with engineering and changes in the road and road design and budget decisions. And so we're really looking forward to making that kind of a cross-city hall discussion where we can really improve and hopefully never get to any traffic deaths. So that's kind of the first thing. Second, can we go back to the calls for service slide? So I know that this is obviously only 3 years, but in the 3 years, we've been growing population some, but I thought it was notable that our calls for service haven't jumped as much, but I think it would be helpful to understand what our population is per year, because as we're preparing for population growth, it's like a stacked, that one, I think we just passed it.
What page are we on?
This one right here, calls for service, looks like page 11.
Oh, page 11, went too far.
So since 2019, I think our population's probably grown a little bit, but I thought it was interesting that our calls for service hasn't ticked up with population, so maybe in a next iteration of this, we could actually do this per capita. Because I think as we plan ahead, so where I care about is actually looking ahead, right? So if we don't necessarily see calls for service increasing at the same pace that population grows, as we prepare for population growth in the city and staffing levels and whatnot, I think this would be useful data to have.
Yeah, sure, we can certainly do that. And I think what I want to point out here is, as you see through the years, generally when the top number there, right, the 911 initiated, as those increase, the bottom numbers decrease, right? Because naturally, as officers spend more time on 911 calls, they have less time to do self-initiated work. So that's why I broke it down, because in the years past, we only had that one top number. But having the per capita information, I think, is important, because you are right, the population is going up, and it's important to highlight the demand on public safety.
So you'll see the light green bar probably grow in size as population grows, the 911 initiated ones.
Potentially. We try to find other ways to be creative with addressing calls for services. We have telephone reporting right now, but I'd love to expand that in the future. Have online reporting, so there's a lot of different options that we can exercise, so we don't necessarily have to send an officer to every single call, but I'm probably speaking a little bit further in the future than I should. Set myself up for expectations, so give me a little bit of time. We'll certainly work towards those goals.
Thank you. Another suggestion maybe for the next round of this is, I think I heard you say that we're the second lowest crime rate in Virginia?
Yes.
Which is terrific. I think it'd be great to also benchmark all the class Group A and Group B stats you showed us for the region, as well as, I think it shows, you told us what the statewide numbers were, but for the region, it would just be helpful to know.
Sure.
I think we're very fortunate to live in a community that's very safe, and so it's helpful to have the data, because not knowing what high, medium, or low is, the benchmarking is useful.
Yep.
I wanted to plus one the comments I think both Ms. Hiscott and Ms. Underhill made on the co-responder, and be able how to better respond to, I think, the mental health crises we often deal with. I think previously Chief Gavin had shared with us that oftentimes when you get a call for service that was related to mental health, it would take your officer out of commission for 18, 24, 36 hours sometimes. And so not having a really great way to manage that, I think we'd certainly be interested in a better strategy going forward, better staffing model. Something that also came up from 2020 was the use of force committee recommendations. Do you have an update on where we are with implementing all those recommendations? I know you're inheriting that set of recommendations.
Yes, I actually recently met with the vice chair of the committee, and a lot of what we're doing right now in our policy updates, we actually started our policy update process with our internal affairs policy, use of force, disciplinary process, standard of conduct, those kind of things. But a large part of what was recommended in the Use of Force Review Committee was implemented by Chief Gavin. Earlier this year, we stood up a dedicated professional development manager position, a training supervisor. That was one of the recommendations. How we process our internal affairs cases, sharing the data. This is the first annual report where actually share internal affairs data. So we've made a lot of progress. I can't give you exactly percentage on how much is done, but a large majority of them have been done, and we'll continue to work on the remaining ones.
That's good to hear. Thank you for that, because I know that's something that we had committed to as a council, to revisiting every quarter for a while, and then it became every 6 months, and so it's good to be able to report back to the community that, hey, these were commitments we made to the community post George Floyd, here's where we are, and the status of those, so we don't forget it, and it's not a passing thing.
Yeah, and you'll see in our internal affairs report, we really take accountability to heart. We meet regularly with the Commonwealth Attorney's Office to share use of force data, so we have that oversight from an outside source. We don't really have anything to hide, so we want to make sure we're transparent with the community and make sure our processes are within national standards.
Great. And then the last thing I'm going to make a plug for. So up here, we get a lot of anecdotal kind of complaints about traffic safety and whatnot. The latest one that I think is really flagrant in the community is stop sign running. Maybe it's actually happened before, but it's just happening a lot more. I know red light running, speeding are things you hear about, but stop sign running in particular, I think, has been particularly bad. I know that DC also has stop sign automated cameras. I don't think Virginia has given us that ability yet, but that's something for you to be aware of in our neighborhoods.
Okay.
stop sign running we're getting a lot of complaints about it, or at least I am.
Okay, I'll pass that along to staff and ask for more enforcement of that.
Perfect.
You mentioned today, just before I leave, where we started was a speed camera on West Broad, so that is operational. Starting today, we did about 4 or 5 weeks of warning period. So I have a video coming out tomorrow as an education tool for the community, not only for the speed camera, but all of our automated enforcement for our school buses and also for our red light intersection. So hopefully people will see that video tomorrow and kind of understand what we're trying to accomplish. We just need people to slow down, stop for those traffic lights and those stop signs. And certainly if there's a school bus letting kids off or on and it's got the lights out, people got to stop for that. There's too much at stake there.
Great. We'll make sure that goes in the morning announcements too. Mary Beth, would you help facilitate that? Yeah, I think sending it out through the whole parent community is a great avenue too. They understand what's happening.
It should be out. They just had me, stand there, read.
There you go.
So the communication folks are doing the hard work, and Dave told me it'll go out tomorrow.
Okay. They'll probably send it to the schools, but if we don't see it, I'll make sure it gets
I have it. I can send you a link myself.
Great. Well,
Madam Mayor, just very quickly on the electronic speed enforcement and stop sign enforcement, the Legislative Committee will continue to press those issues as hard and as fast as we possibly can.
Thank you.
Neither one of them are easy in the current environment in Richmond, but we're committed in representing the interests of our citizens and city council positions. We're going to continue to press that, and we'll probably be calling on you for guidance as we continue that. And thank you very much.
I'm happy to come down and testify if you need me to.
Great. With that, thank you very much, Chief Fard.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so moving on back to council requests now. What do we have for Mr. Shields?
I had just two. I see Mr. Gresco here. I think that he's likely here about the pickleball courts. It came up at the different Rec and Park meetings. I know the Rec and Park chair, O'Hara, was here to kind of preview for the council some of the issues surrounding sort of pickleball usage. And at our September Rec and Parks meeting, we had public comment as well as comment, for example, from Mr. Baruti and Baruti Camps and Rec and Park staff sort of talking about maybe trying to move some of the overuse of the pickleball courts and improper use of the pickleball courts on Cherry Street to the community center and to the high school. And I know that Rec and Park staff had been using or looking at use of pre-existing funds for that reason. And at Budget and Finance, sort of, it also came up that it seemed as though there would be pre-existing funds to help facilitate any kind of reorg of the pickleball courts. And so maybe most recently, it's now my understanding that there might not be full funding available for that. And so I just wanted an update as to where that stood, kind of going into first reading tonight as well, in terms of any cost differential between where we are and where we might need to be in order to get ahead of those issues that Mr. O'Hara had previously addressed as well.
And do you want me to respond to that now?
My second question is just a follow-up on the Lawton Street repaving and the status of that. I know you had said that you'd have a city engineer look at it. I saw some work happening there last week. I don't know if it was related to that or not. So an update on that would be appreciated as well. Thanks.
So Lawton Street first. I did walk Lawton Street with one of the neighbors on Friday and promised to get back with her in a timely way, just in terms of kind of what the city engineer determination is. So I'll do that. And it's basically the balance of trying to meet all of the paving needs across the city versus the condition of that street, which our engineer is not rated as being the top priority to repave. So that's we'll have one more conversation about that and then communicate that back to the neighborhood. With respect to pickleball, the bottom line is we are proceeding with a plan to address the need for the pickleball community to play, and also needs of the neighbors, or to address the concerns that some of the neighbors have expressed. We think right now that our existing budget is adequate to meet those needs, but we haven't fully implemented the plan, and so we could come back later with some additional requests. But I think where we sit right now, we don't have this as an additional budget request.
Thank you. Okay, other council requests? Ms. Connolly?
Thanks. Just in the time since Mr. Rothstein made his comment, he sent us an email that I just happened to open up with questions about the test bed and the parallel road.
That's right.
That was part of his comment.
We did not respond to that element of his question, and that's a bit more of a complex issue because it's so ongoing as we're working through the scope of work on our Smart Cities grant in partnership with Virginia Tech. And I don't know if there's anything to report specifically on infrastructure that we're planning for Haycock Road at this point.
Or I think it's within the West Falls Station.
I think what we'll need to do is just follow up with the community and with Mr. Rothstein specifically on the updated scope of work.
Okay, and the parallel road he's asking about, is that?
So the parallel road.
West Falls Station Way.
So there's nothing new on that.
Yeah.
Of course, the city has largely, or Hoffman and Associates have largely completed the commons and the city portion, and Converge then will take up the next leg to take it all the way to West Falls Church Station. In the agreement, there is a requirement that be done early in the project. I don't have the date when that has to be delivered right at the tip of my tongue, but that agreement is unchanged from where it stood as it went through the zoning process in Fairfax County and was also reaffirmed in our real estate transaction with Converge.
So the online site plans that for the other two parcels tied in with our 10 acres showing the road has not changed since it's been approved through the process?
That's correct. All the commitments to build that road remain in place.
Remain in place.
Great,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. And then I'm sorry that Mr. Mendez and Ms. Neil Bankston left after they Live Local presentation and the Virginia Dream presentation, but I just think I'm glad he came tonight. When I talked to Mr. Mendez, he had such great ideas about how economic development and community building can happen around this soccer team. So in addition to the opportunities that they're providing to many people to be on the team, they're also providing this a really good opportunity for Falls Church to have a professional sports team and support it. But he had some great ideas to work with businesses and promote that, and I hope that we're able to assist in that economic development as we go forward. All right.
Other requests? Okay, I've got one. We've had a few complaints that cars are turning on to the WNOD, and we saw it ourselves yesterday during the Halloween bike parade. A car was turning on to Great Falls and the WNOD trail. Like a car was literally on the bike path. I think the four-way stop signs are maybe causing confusion where people think they can treat it like a road. And so I don't know whether it's signage that needs to go up that says, no motor traffic or car traffic.
That's the one, I think. Didn't I send you that one
That's
that's
right.
on the WNOD across from my house?
Yeah, so we're aware of these concerns, and we're working with the Park Authority on clarifying the situation for the traveling public. We think that idea is probably a good one. Just we don't want to cause any more confusion, but to clarify.
Yep.
Yeah.
Great. Okay. With that, let's get on to the business on the agenda. Madam Clerk, can you call the first item, please?
Yes, for second reading and public hearing, we have TO 24-11, ordinance to amend the zoning code of the City of Falls Church, Chapter 48 zoning, Article 5 supplementary regulations, Division 2 off-street parking requirements to exclude the first 1,000 square feet of individual commercial uses in off-street parking requirement calculations.
Great. Welcome, Mr. Stoddard and Mr. Trainer.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Hardy and members of council. My name is Paul Stoddard. I am the planning director with the City of Falls Church. I'll briefly introduce this item before I turn it over to the lead planner on this one, who is Mr. Jack Trainer. The item before you, as was mentioned by the clerk, is a proposed text amendment to reduce commercial parking requirements for the first 1,000 square feet of space within existing commercial buildings on line 6 and 7. Council granted first reading to this item in May of this year, May of 2024. Your last work session on this item was in July of this year, and now the item before you, it's back before you for public hearing and final consideration. Staff recommendation, staff is recommending approval of the proposed motion and the text amendments. Two guiding principles that staff has stuck to throughout this entire process are: one, facilitating the reuse of existing buildings, and two, reducing barriers for small business owners as they try to move into those buildings. You can see Planning Commission made a positive recommendation during their public hearing on October of this year, and they did have some proposed amendments to the language, which staff has spoken to in its staff report, but I'll leave the staff responses to those recommendations as well as the rest of the staff report to the lead staffer, Jack Traynor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stoddard. Good evening, Mayor Hardy, members of council. I won't repeat much of what Mr. Stoddard said. I'll just reiterate staff does recommend adoption of the proposed motion. And yeah, the Planning Commission did make their positive recommendation during their October 16th meeting a couple weeks ago with a couple edits to what staff provided. And I'll get into these in a little bit more detail in a minute, but brief overview. The first recommendation was to increase the exempted commercial area from the first 1,000 square feet to the first 1,500 square feet. And the second was replacing the timing of the reduction implementation from the time of certificate of occupancy, regardless of the building age, which is currently recommended by staff, to applying the reduction at all stages of a building's development, but only for buildings in existence prior to adoption of the ordinance. So no future buildings. And then, okay, in addition to the Planning Commission's recommendation, we've included a summary and the recommendations of several other boards and commissions that looked at this item, including the Citizens Advisory Committee on Transportation, the Economic Development Authority, the Environmental Sustainability Council, and the Greater Falls Church Chamber of Commerce. Moving into the background section on line 48, a couple updates to the proposal have happened since council's first reading. Most of these council has reviewed previously, but I'll just run through them quickly. The first was clarified language on the first line of the subject section, that's 48-1003E, was edited to clarify that all new non-residential uses would be eligible for the proposed parking reduction that meet the eligibility criteria. The second was that a couple additional eligibility criterion were added, that being the requirement that the building where the applicant is proposing the applying the reduction must not exceed a gross floor area of 20,000 square feet. And then also the clarification that that the subject building is not, subject to an off-site parking agreement. It's been a long process. And then the next one was the another kind of clerical kind of clarification on the shopping center parking rate. Previously, what was recommended was that properties parked as shopping centers would not be eligible for the reduction. This has been edited to clarify that any property eligible to be parked at the shopping center rate would not be eligible. This is recognizing that staff will need to kind of research site plans for each that are suspected or eligible to be parked at the shopping center rate. So, this would save staff some time and resources if we can just look at a property and say that checks all the boxes of a shopping center, and we wouldn't have to necessarily go and find that site plan. And then lastly, the newer edits to the amendment are around a restructuring of that subject section 48-1003. The first was that we brought up the bulk of the amendments higher up in the subject section in order to clarify that this occurs before other considerations. And what we mean by those other considerations is that previously staff was recommending a deletion of an existing regulation where the zoning administrator has discretion to make a decision over a petition for parking relief where existing parking is non-conforming. Staff's recommending, in fact, keeping that power in there for the zoning administrator. And so the bulk of the amendment would go above. And actually, Sophie, if we can jump to the code, or Ms. Heath, excuse me, on line 425, it might help just to sort of visualize what the kind of restructuring is doing here. So the bulk of the amendment and all the eligibility criteria is listed first in that new B. Previously, staff had these amendments occurring at the bottom of the section as a new E. But so this restructuring brought it up to clarify that any reduction would proposed first kind of automatically before the zoning administrator would weigh in on any additional parking reduction requests. So again, this is, as Mr. Stoddard was saying, kind of the kind of easiest, best way to assist those smallest businesses if they have a predictable process where that reduction number works for them and they're able to move right in, then great. If parking is still a barrier, then there remains that option for them to ask the zoning administrator for additional relief, but they'll have to provide essentially a parking management or transportation demand management plan. And so that's what the restructuring is clarifying. And then I'm going to jump a couple pages to the staff analysis section. And I'll talk a little bit more about the Planning Commission on line 201. So the Planning Commission made its recommendation again, like I said, two weeks ago, and they made two main adjustments in their recommendation. The first was to increase the commercial area exempt from parking requirement calculations from the proposed 1,000 square feet to the first 1,500 square feet. Both numbers are supported by staff's analysis that are included in this report. I think the main reason for staff's recommendation sticking to the 1,000 square feet is something else that the Planning Commission recommended in their work session was that staff come back before the Planning Commission a year after any such actions taken on these amendments to give a kind of status report. And so thinking about, well, we already have that on the agenda, we could report on both any successes or any unintended consequences or areas for improvement on the amendment. So thinking that starting with 1,000 and then at that time, council could consider the 1,500 square foot number if that made sense. And then the second major recommendation from the Planning Commission was replacing the timing of the reduction implementation from the time of certificate of occupancy, again, regardless of building age, which staff is recommending, to implementing the change at all stages of development, but only for buildings in existence prior to adoption of the ordinance. So in their motion, the Planning Commission added a criteria that only buildings that exist at the date of adoption would be eligible. As proposed, staff's recommending that all future buildings be eligible, assuming they meet the other criteria, and then keeping that time of certificate of occupancy where individual tenants would come forth and use that parking reduction. This change is significant for a couple things. By removing that certificate of occupancy requirement, that was really, it's kind of the way this is structured was that the certificate of occupancy is already a known process that zoning carries out regularly, and so this could just kind of slip right in there seamlessly. We already kind of have a process to implement it. By removing that and then adding an additional criteria of when a building would temporarily be eligible, it requires staff to keep track of now building age as well. And it also opens the possibility where any new construction that happens on an existing building might be eligible for the reduction. And that really kind of gets away from the I think, spirit of the proposal, which was meant to really focus on the existing smallest businesses looking to just re-tenant, whereas when you're introducing now the site plan process associated with new construction, there's already methods for requesting parking reduction, and that's during the site plan process with the Planning Commission already. So those are the major differences that staff's identified through the Planning Commission's recommendations. So also include, I'm not going to walk through all these, but I just want to flag, beginning on line 250, we've included all of the updated required parking areas for the subject properties we've identified, both at the 1,200 square foot reduction level and the 1,500 square foot level. And then on line 336 of the staff report, we've included that acknowledgement of returning to the Planning Commission, and I'm happy to come back to council as well with that report in a year on how the amendment's doing. So I'll just wrap up with the timing section. Again, it's probably the last time I'll have to do this for this one. We started this back in April, and we had a series of work sessions with various boards and commissions throughout the spring and the early summer. And then, unfortunately, due to a couple advertisement and meeting snafus, we had to defer the Planning Commission and City Council's public hearings a couple times, but we're here now on October 28th for final consideration. So thank you, Mayor Hardy, and I'll turn it back to you for any questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for coming back and for getting to all those different boards and commissions and with the Planning Commission for the recommendation. Let's start with questions, given that it's changed a bit and you have a couple options as presented to us by various boards. Questions? Ms. Connolly.
Mr. Trainer, one of the things that you presented the first night we talked about this was the concept of unlocking possibilities for small businesses. And I think that is really important to keep in mind as we go forward, because that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to make it easier, and that concept of unlocking was super helpful to me as I thought about these different things. So we've got 1,500, 1,200, and 1,000 square feet as our reductions. Our first reading we passed at 1,000, right?
Correct.
If we wanted to go up to 1,200, which I think was the EDA's recommendation, but not as far as the Planning Commission's, can we do that within the parameters of a first reading, second reading?
Yeah. My understanding is yes, that the council is within that number is within play without triggering a new first reading, up to at least 1,500. Maybe the city attorney could weigh in a little more, but I understand that there's not a kind of hard and fast ceiling number, but there are, the higher you go, the kind of further you get from the advertised number, right, and could become more challengeable.
Okay. And then can you just talk a little bit about why the Planning Commission went to 1,500? That's the first I've heard that or seen that anywhere. I'm surprised to see that in the staff report.
I think it's ultimately about flexibility and just offering the most kind of flexibility to prospective businesses in the city, as you mentioned. Again, the staff analysis does support kind of that range, 1,000 to 1,500. The 1,500 number we've included, it's been in here, the original analysis on the certificate of occupancies that we looked at, and that's on line 305. That table was the kind of basis of the original recommendation for 1,000 square feet, which gets at the smallest 40-odd percent of businesses. So the 1,500 number, you can see, is above the smallest half of businesses approximately. You're getting into about 60%.
The ESC also talked about 1,500, just.
Okay.
point of reference. It's in there somewhere.
I think it was the Chamber and ESC, was it 1,500, and Planning Commission 1,500, and the EDA at 1,200, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
Other questions?
Yeah, those are my questions. Thanks.
Other ones? This one?
So I have a few different questions. I mean, I'm supportive of the reductions. I had some clarifying questions, having watched the Planning Commission conversation. I mean, it was kind of a spirited conversation. It was like an hour and a half, kind of talking about what the purposes of this ordinance was, but also kind of what's reflected in the staff report versus what's in the actual text of the ordinance, and whether the two things sort of match up. And so I guess I had a few questions generally, kind of how this operates. Having read everything and listened to everything, it's like still ambiguous in certain ways to me. And then some inconsistencies, maybe at different points regarding answers to questions. And then I had kind of specific questions about some of the text language, given where I think we now are in terms of what it is that staff's recommendation is, separate and apart from like 1,000 versus 1,500, which in my mind, you know, I can see one or the other, but given that we've now re-injected the zoning administrator discretionary authority back into the ordinance, in my mind, like, isn't as critical, because you can get the immediate reduction and then you can always seek, you know, the further reduction based on the site conditions that was being removed. So you have kind of, you can use the two methods in tandem to immediately bring down your requirement by 1,000 square feet, as far as I understand subsection B. And then if you were still underparked, so to speak, at 1,000 for what it is you wanted to do, you could still seek further zoning administrator discretionary authority to further reduce your parking requirement to get in on whatever that new use would be. But in terms of some specific questions, and some of this goes to kind of the disparity that the Planning Commission was talking about in how we think about existing businesses versus new businesses, and the mechanisms that are available to new businesses versus those that are already in the city and subject to the pre-existing requirements. I had asked a question kind of about existing businesses and whether, if they found that they had too many parking spaces, whether they could lease those spaces to other users, for example, without violating their certificate of occupancy. And my understanding from the staff report was that the answer was yes, that you could shake loose excess spaces for other users. But then in the Planning Commission conversation, the answer seemed to be no, that potentially you're subject to whatever the parking requirement is on your certificate of occupancy, and so you have to retain the amount that you were originally told you needed, and that you weren't able to just kind of shed off parking requirements in terms of actual practice. So I guess I just wanted clarification on that to better understand, right, like who the potential applicants would be for relief under the ordinance, given what actual practice is in terms of what certificate of occupancy sort of like controls.
Sure. So, right, today you can absolutely lease your existing parking to other, off-site users. That's in practice today. I think maybe where the confusion perhaps on my part is when you get in the conversation of using excess parking for other uses, and I may rely on Mr. Stoddard's expertise on that a little bit more, but I believe that's when we start to kind of deviate from that process. Like and we talked about outdoor dining, right? When you're taking parking and putting it to a different use, that requires a specific process. You can't just come to an agreement with that. But for retaining that parking use, but coming to an agreement with an offsite user, that is allowable. Yeah.
So Yes, so it's a good question. Some of this is sort of the mechanics of how the site plan process and the certificate of occupancy process, the CO process work and how they intermix. You may remember it was over a year ago now that the council amended the zoning ordinance to specifically allow outdoor dining, and what was allowed with that was a repurposing of the parking stalls themselves, so changing them from being parking stalls to being outdoor dining. That's a change in the use of the site, and that's something that had to be specifically allowed by council under the site plan code, or under the parking code, rather. What's being talked about here is that you've already got a parking space, you're keeping it as a parking space, it's just somebody else is using it, and that is allowed, right? So the site plan condition isn't that you have to have sort of so many parking spaces and no one else is allowed to use them, it's just that you have to build that many parking spaces. So it is true that an existing tenant could share their parking with their neighbors in a way that worked for them, it's their parking, and that wouldn't run afoul of the CO or the site plan.
Okay, so conceivably that tenant or building owner wouldn't need to come back in because, like, if they had 15 spots and they only needed 10, they could either lease those 5 or they could potentially sell those 5 without violating a certificate of occupancy that was previously granted?
Yes, it's unlikely they would sell them, right? Because they're probably not the landowner. Even if they were, I think a lease is more likely. But again, sort of most business owners in the city are probably tenants within the buildings, and so really that agreement that would only be if they're allowed to sublease it. But more would be sort of how the landlord wants to manage that space.
Got it.
Often a tenant would have an agreement with their landlord to have access to those spaces, and so they'd be protected, that they could keep operating as they have been.
Okay. I also support the Planning Commission's request that city staff sort of track for the next year the application of the reduction, in parking requirements and kind of what it is that we're able to achieve out of this. But I guess I would also ask that we also track the exercise of the zoning administrator's discretionary authority. It seemed like from an earlier response that we hadn't necessarily done that or hadn't consistently done that. And I think that, if we have portions, subsections B and C available to businesses, that it makes sense to not only look at B, but to look at B and C together to understand like where the ordinance is working or where the ordinance might be falling short, and that you need the discretionary authority to help fill out whatever the need is. And so my request would be for both. And then I guess it's a question, oftentimes we can see like reporting requirements codified, kind of where it is that we're going to kind of make sure that we keep this information and that people understand kind of what the reporting requirements, so to speak, is, so that we are capturing this information as opposed to like just kind of collecting it on an ad hoc basis to our best abilities. So I don't know if that's something either of you want to answer, or if the city manager wants to weigh in at all on in terms of kind of the best way to ensure that we're getting the data that we need to further tweak this to the extent appropriate. Because I think my concern is similar to some planning commissioners in that ideally, like, we would have done a more comprehensive look at the parking code overall, right? And because of time constraints, we took this more limited approach, but it does mean that the approach is like a little bit awkward in terms of your application of the code. And so you have kind of table requirements that seem fairly outdated, and you're kind of taking a rough shot at reducing them, but like they're still maybe in excess of what you need for a lot of those bigger buildings, and also depending on where you may be.
I was just going to plus one Ms. Flynn's request, but maybe coming at it from a different intent. So I think it would be helpful to know how many people are coming in and getting relief from this, because I think the intent, given all the discussion around parking requirements and all the public comments we've heard, is we'd love to be able to do more with parking reform. So I think if we have a sense of anecdotally how many people, or with data, how many people are coming in at 1,000 or 1,500, whatever we end up with, I think that would be helpful directly to know where we should consider modernizing the rest of the parking code. So agree in general that we should be collecting data. Thank you. Sorry, please continue.
Oh, no, that's okay. And then I guess, two places where the code language seemed ambiguous to me, and I thought that the Planning Commission had made their recommendations in part to address this by the end of the meeting, is that the code itself, we're talking about existing buildings, and Mr. Trainer was just talking about like this not applying to new buildings, but when you read the code language, I don't actually see where this applies to only existing buildings as of the effective date of the code. And the Planning Commission recommendation, which is one of the attachments, they had included the language about in B1, the building that the non-residential use will occupy is an existing building as of the date of adoption and is not subject to an existing off-site parking agreement. And so I don't, without that language, I don't know where in the actual ordinance, if you look at the ordinance standing alone, you would be able to differentiate between this applying to existing businesses versus new businesses.
Right. So it's a good question. Actually, let me answer the first point first, which was direction from council to staff around monitoring and reporting. Not putting it in the language of the ordinance, but rather what I would suggest, or one option would be to add it to the language of the motion, right? So you could move to adopt, if that's council's direction, the motion, and then further move to direct the manager to report back to council on the results of the changes no later than November of 2025, right? Approximately 1 year from today. On the point about existing businesses versus new businesses, right, going back to those original principles about reusing existing buildings, one way to think about it might be instead to think about not about new businesses, old businesses, but existing buildings, new building versus new construction. So by the code that's not included in this excerpt, new construction is held to the full standard that's within the parking tables. And so this certificate of occupancy is not being applied at a construction phase, it's being applied at a tenant fit-out stage. So by its nature, it's inherently applying only to existing buildings because the building has to already exist for someone to apply for a CO. You can't apply for a CO to a non-existing building. And since the site plan process is what governs new construction, through that site plan code, builders, developers would always be held to the full requirements of the table.
So, for example, the Planning Commission brought up the example of the Yassini Jeweler site, right, which is subject to a site plan but doesn't have sort of a parking plan at all associated with it, or they so seemed to say.
So they have since revised their materials and they are scheduled for public hearing November 6th, in about a week. As it is, they actually don't need a parking reduction in their materials because of the way they've parked the site and the amount of square footage they're constructing.
Right. But I'm saying, assuming that they needed one, for example, or assuming that they looked at this and they said, oh, this is great, we can benefit from this because we won't need to, park as many cars there. We, have very high customer service and we don't have many people in the jewelry store at any given time. And we want to use the space for additional tree canopy or something, or have a median in the parking lot where we could have trees. Mm-hmm. How would they, looking at this, know, or how would they, is it just the certificate of occupancy business use permit at lines 425, 426 that should signal to them that they're not actually eligible to use this parking reduction ordinance?
Right. So the civil engineer who's preparing the application materials for site plan would look up the parking table and they would see those requirements, and that's what they would know to design the site to. I think the most recent example of someone receiving a parking reduction through a site plan is probably the Stratford Garden, and there they did work with the Planning Commission and staff to develop a TDN that works for their site. One of the allowances within the site plan code is to understand. Right, maybe those parking tables were drawing sort of from an idealized sort of view of the 1960s, 1970s, and what the Planning Commission site plan code allows them to do is recognize that in these smaller sites where there is a desire to work within the existing urban fabric and not sort of clear cut what's there, the site plan code does allow them to consider factors like that: the size of the site, what's around, existing conditions in and nearby, and so that's what they've used in considering those parking reduction requests.
And so for a business, for example, looking at this, they would have a sense, because I know we were trying to kind of also bring a sense of certainty to some of the parking requirements. They would kind of understand that this would or wouldn't apply to them. Like they wouldn't have in their mind that they were eligible for a 1,000 or 1,500 square foot reduction without the, existing building as of date of adoption language in here.
Right. So a lot of these conversations, or I would say a lot of people that are either prospective builders or prospective businesses in the city, they start with a phone call to city staff, whether that's economic development, the permit counter, zoning staff, planning, somewhere they make contact with a city staffer. And then very quickly we let them know sort of what to expect and what the process is based on what they're considering. And so right in those very first phone calls, we'd be advising them of what they have access to or what they don't.
Okay, and then last question I have is clarifying questions, is the ordinance itself, we've been talking about, changed use, and some of the questions that came up were around the idea of, parking reductions when you have a certificate of occupancy because a new owner takes over a business, for example, and they may need a new certificate of occupancy, and whether this reduction would apply based on the text of the ordinance to that new user with the same use, even though, they technically, as in terms of we're talking about the intent of the ordinance is to the shift in use. So I guess your answer would be that for the existing parking shouldn't be a barrier to a person who's coming in for the same use because the previous user already had that parking on site. But I guess my question is, does the new ordinance or this reduction allow the new user to reduce the parking requirement so that they could repurpose the parking, for example?
Sure, they could, depending on how much parking is available on the site and how the previous use got in there through their CO process. But yes, if there's if the site is currently parked with some number of spaces and that's what was required before a new user comes in, or I would suggest that even the existing tenant could come in and request a revision to their CO to make use of the space as well, right? It's not as if because you got your CO 3 years ago and you've been up and running, you're not allowed to come in and take advantage of this. But yes, if somebody comes in and they find that they were holding on to parking purely for code reasons, not for business reasons, they would have the flexibility to reuse that space.
Okay, and I guess that's consistent with your earlier answer anyway, which is that to the extent that they were quote unquote like overparked, they could have already sought some mechanism through which to shed the parking that they thought they didn't need or for business reasons, felt like they could use in a better way.
Right.
Got it. Okay. That's all I had in terms of ordinance language and what we were seeking to accomplish versus what was available to which kind of users when and whether it was properly reflected. So thank you.
Okay, other questions? Sandra?
And thank you for putting this together. Just a few quick follow-ups. Why bother with an ordinance like this? Why not just examine every single business on a case-by-case basis whether or not to reduce the parking?
So the zoning office gets approximately somewhere in the neighborhood of, they can get on some days up to 10 applications for certificate of occupancies in a day. And pulling the records for each individual application can take days. And so suddenly what is today an over-the-counter review for zoning can become a days-long or weeks-long research request, as well as put the burden back on the applicant who is probably not in the business of doing parking management studies and really they just want to open up a restaurant. It really shifts what they have to do in order to open up and set up shop here in Falls Church. And so that's the reason for clarifying this and keeping it focused on those small business tenants.
In terms of some of the older non-conforming spaces, that would, however, be on a case-by-case basis, or there would be more staff involvement in that case. So let's say there's a something that was set up before the 1960s, before these requirements, and it was a non-conforming parking setup. How would you handle that?
So if there's an existing building that, right, if you were to try and do it as a new build today, it would be flagged as non-conforming and would have a difficult time getting construction permits to begin with. But now the fact is that the building exists, right, and the fact that it's still there after 40 or 50 years signals that it does have some economic success. Otherwise, it would have become something else since then. So people have still been able to find a way to make use of that space, even though it is non-conforming for the zoning ordinance. And so by putting this on the books, what it does is that it opens the doors in terms of who can move in and with what ease they can make use of that space. So what this would avoid is problems where maybe a commercial broker is having a hard time releasing a space or it's sitting vacant because all the prospective tenants are worried about getting through the zoning process and they go maybe somewhere else that's more audio oriented and has more car parking nearby. And so what this allows is for people who want to set up shop in Falls Church an easier path to do that.
Existing businesses could reapply. If they were in one of these areas that's eligible, they could file a certificate of occupancy again and get a reduction potentially in parking.
Yeah, we didn't say that specifically within the ordinance. Typically, the two triggers for a certificate of occupancy are either change of ownership or change of use. Either one of those necessitate reapplying for a commercial CO, commercial certificate of occupancy. I think on a case-by-case basis, we could probably look at it as staff and maybe solve it within the CPED space, that if someone, there may be a reason why somebody wants to do that. I don't know that it would be that common, because usually once somebody is set up and operating, then it's already working for them, and they don't want to disrupt what's already working. But if someone needed to, we could certainly look at it, yes.
I guess my concern would be for fairness. You know, it's like, hey, I just got my certificate of occupancy a few weeks ago. Like, why is it that if I had done it a few weeks later, it would be okay, but not before? So there is a mechanism there. My final quick question is, what would success of this look like?
So I think success of this would look like when we come back with that one-year report, is that what we have right now is anecdotal evidence around the number of people who come in, they're interested in a space in Falls Church, and we say, I'm sorry, you're going to have to do whatever, and then we never hear from that person again. They could have left for a number of reasons, but I'm always worried that one of the reasons they went away is because of the hurdle of getting the application materials assembled. I think success is one, you'd see fewer people going away after that first visit with staff. I think two, is that you probably see a wider variety of uses maybe moving into some of these older commercial spaces where today they're restricted to those uses that don't have high parking demands under the code, but maybe could actually make it work in practice based on how their individual business operates.
Do you think a year would be enough time to tell if there's success here?
I don't think we wanted to go more than a year without reporting. If we wanted to do 2 years of reporting, we could do that. But I think we'd certainly have something to share within a year's time.
Great. Thank you.
Final questions? Okay, I don't see any. Do we have any comments or motions?
Oh, I will say this is advertised as a public hearing item.
Okay, let's open up for public hearing then. Any members of the audience wish to speak that has not spoken already? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Okay, council comments or motion?
Madam Mayor, just a couple comments, if I might. I support moving forward. I think we should include in a motion that we have a report back from staff on the results of this ordinance, as well as the zoning administrator's work in terms of parking. So I would add that, whatever else we decide. There's been a lot of discussion about the upsides, and I totally agree with that, but I think there's also, if not if this doesn't perform exactly the way we, I think, all intended to do, there's some potential downsides. Let me run through some of those. First of all, some of these buildings are very, very close to residential neighborhoods. And so when you force traffic off of parking lots onto residential neighborhood streets, you create additional safety issues. For example, biking, the danger grows of people opening their doors. So what may appear to be pro-environment may, in some cases, not actually be that. And same way for pedestrians, because you're moving more activity off the parking lots onto the streets. So I think I'm particularly interested in making sure that we're not creating safety issues with regard to what we're doing. So hopefully that'll be a part of the update. I also think that in terms of the numbers, that to suggest that we could go 50% higher on first reading, does that mean that then if we establish that, does that mean that an appropriations on first reading may be 100,000, but it's okay to go to 150,000 because that's 50% greater? So I have a little bit of concern about the precedent of setting a full 50%. And if you look at the impact at 1,500 could be significantly larger than the impact at 1,000 or even 1,200. So I have some questions about the danger of setting that as an impact. It seems to me a 50% increase in impact on second reading is not something we really want to set. But I'll defer to others on that. It seems to me a more reasonable approach would be what the EDA asked for in this case, but, we'll see how that goes. So those are the major concerns. I want to make sure that there aren't unintended negative consequences, including on safety, including the effects of neighborhoods and neighborhood streets, the inability of homeowners who pay a lot of taxes not being able to find parking on the street that they may want to find, and the danger of moving a lot of vehicular actions and much greater volume of traffic. Finally, a lot of folks have to drive here that work in these buildings and work in these businesses, and I'm concerned about the impact on them as well if businesses aren't providing adequate parking capability, and there may not be in the surrounding businesses. So some individual look at some of this would be, in my view, preferable to avoid unintended consequences, but I also understand the value to businesses that we're trying to achieve, so I want to see if we actually do that and we're not bringing about unintended negative consequences. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Hiscott, you wanted to comment too?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to comment on the range of 1,000 to 1,500. It does look like, 50, the math is 50%, but we have been discussing that as a range, and the staff has been discussing it as a range versus like just jumping to that, 100,000 to 150,000 in appropriation or something like that. We have been discussing that range. I know ESC has been discussing that range, and it went back to the chart that showed 50% of the small businesses, it was like 1,348 square feet. I don't remember which line that's on, but that number was derived from that. That's the floor area ratio.
It's towards the end.
Yeah. So I just wanted to point out where I know the discussions from the ESC came from. The reason we were discussing 1,500 feet was because 50% of the buildings, 1348 sticking in my mind, but somewhere around there. So, it was close. 1363 was the smallest 50% of the tenant square footages. So that's where that number is tethered to that specific chart we discussed. So, obviously we all care about pedestrian safety, bike safety. We spent a lot of time talking about that with Chief Bard. That is super important. But the folks in the ESC also hope that by changing some of the availability and focusing on our micromobility, focusing on our bus routes, focusing on the metro, and getting people to walk to our businesses, both as employees and as users of that will continue to support that approach by increasing walkability. So anyway, thank you. I just want to add that.
Other comments? Ms. Flynn?
I just had a few comments. I mean, I agree with Mr. Snyder on, the importance of the one-year requirement, not the one-year requirement, but the one-year report, in seeing kind of where we are with this. I think it's important to see the effects of reducing the on-site requirements, but it's important to kind of do that at the same time as we're thinking about more users on the street, and we're trying to improve the bike network. We're potentially pushing accessory dwelling parking, for example, onto the street to the extent that accessory dwelling, units don't have on-site parking requirements. As Mr. Snyder said, the city doesn't depend solely on local spending. Rather, we seek to attract consumers to Falls Church from other places. And I think the socioeconomic realities that many of those outside spenders will be coming in private vehicles, given the nature of our newer businesses and our existing public transit and bike network, which we should continue to seek to improve. So, I acknowledge kind of all the flaws of the decades-old ordinance in many ways, but it's interesting to me that it also explicitly recognized that on-site off-street parking is a way to free up space on streets for pedestrians, vehicles, and bicycle movement, and maybe we haven't sort of fulfilled the promise of earlier intent in ensuring that our streets were available for all of those uses. But hopefully, this does give relief to small businesses who can occupy smaller spaces kind of with a smaller footprint, both in terms of, parking and space. I do still, hope that the city can remain committed to a more comprehensive look at this, as I think came up in other boards and commissions. We don't want saturated on-street parking either. So in my view, it's not a solution to have neighborhood permits because it doesn't fully respond to the parking need. You want to make sure that if people are coming here, they do have space to park, and that both residents and visitors to Falls Church alike can find spaces in adjacent sort of neighborhoods. And to me, being kind of a person who lives downtown, we have, a single car, we have one parking spot for that car. I don't think of, the public street as a space to have, additional private parking, but I do see a lot of use of, street parking throughout the day. And so when I hear resident concerns about that, I don't view it as sort of I want to park my car there, but just a general recognition that we do have like some level of congestion in the city and need to be sure that we have appropriate space for all users based on, the growth that we're anticipating and the businesses that hopefully will attract, people to come here as well. But all that to say, thank you again for staff's work on this, and I would support adding that additional direction to the motion when we make it. So thank you.
Ms. Underhill?
I wanted to second the mention of having a more comprehensive look at parking sometime in the future. I know it's not on our work plan, but I guess it's something we should pin for some point, because as we were talking about, there are some unusual things in our parking code that would be good to have a refresh. And I've been heartened by the discussion today. I have been working on a speech, so if you would all indulge me, I would appreciate it. So first, thank you to city staff for bringing forward this proposal and for answering all of our questions tonight. This ordinance is a win for small business and for the preservation and adaptive reuse of older buildings. A great example of this, what this ordinance will do is right in the staff report. An old building on South Washington Street that's currently used as a lawyer's office. It has 8 parking spots, but if that lawyer moves out, who could move in. If a restaurant wanted to move in, they would somehow suddenly need to provide 17 parking spots. If a civic group wanted to move in, they would somehow need to find 27 parking spots. And if a salon wanted to move in, they would need to have 49 parking spaces, which is an environmental and walkability nightmare. These rules basically make it nearly impossible to adapt that old building to new uses. And so that means that the building either stays stuck as a lawyer's office or gets torn down to add more parking to comply with our parking code. So who decided those numbers? Well, as we heard, planners from the 1960s, and those numbers were based on pseudoscience. And we've carried them forward from the 1960s, locked in amber, while the city around it has changed dramatically. The proposal will allow new uses in these old buildings, helping turn them into vibrant spaces like restaurants or an escape room that contribute to the local economy and the character of our city. As I reflected on this, I couldn't help but wonder, why would anyone be against what we're doing tonight? Perhaps it's fear of change, or fear of disrupting the status quo, or fear of unintended consequences. And I get it. It's annoying when parking isn't readily available. Parking is a very emotional topic, and sticking with the status quo feels like a very safe option. But let's say that planners in the 1960s had set parking minimums to what this ordinance proposes. Would anyone on council today be advocating that we increase parking minimums to today's levels? Or what are the odds that planners in the 1960s discovered the perfect parking minimums and that this held true for the past 60 years? Has nothing changed since then, which suggests that this mandate no longer matches our needs? We've heard people express concerns over unintended consequences of adopting this ordinance, but we also have to consider, what are the unintended consequences of not adopting this ordinance? The parking minimums, like we have today, purport to be a one-size-fits-all solution, but in my opinion, they have failed us. They've built a city that's more paved over, more heat island, less green, less pedestrian and bike-friendly, less accessible to children, and less supportive of our local businesses. In terms of this parking change making places less walkable or bikeable, there are plenty of places that we might consider to be, at least in Falls Church standards, underparked by our current regulations, but are far more walkable and bikeable. Bikeability isn't necessarily about how many street spaces we have for parking that are or aren't available. It's about if there are safe ways to get around and useful places to go. For those who are interested, I do have some excellent book recommendations. Paved Paradise, How Parking Explains the World, Walkable City, which I have here, The High Cost of Free Parking, that delve into how our current parking norms are not serving us as well as we might think. Falls Church isn't the first place to consider lowering parking requirements. In fact, most cities and towns that actually tackle this issue go way further. They actually eliminate parking mandates altogether. The key thing to keep in mind is that getting rid of parking minimums doesn't necessarily mean getting rid of parking. It just means that businesses get to decide for themselves how many parking spots they need without being hamstrung by outdated regulations. I recommend that you read what's in the current our current parking code now. As Alex pointed out, beyond just the one parking spot for every horse stall or 2 horse stalls, there's also a parking spot needed for every 2 pinball machines, 8 parking spots for every bowling lane. Yes, these are real regulations that we have today. I reached out to Sandpoint, Idaho, which is a town that's similar in size to Falls Church, which completely removed all parking requirements from their downtown 15 years ago. And that gives us plenty of time to observe what actually happened. I spoke with lifelong residents, city staff, even the mayor. They shared how their city has become more walkable and how their downtown is now thriving and bustling, something that wasn't the case before. One resident even mentioned to me that they can usually find parking within 2 to 3 blocks of their destination, and that the walk is much more pleasant now. And as a city, they've been able to preserve and repurpose many older buildings. Interestingly, over 15 years ago, people came to their city hall with fears that reducing parking would destroy the town. But today, the people of Sandpoint are very proud of its vibrant downtown, and there isn't a push to change things back to the way they were before. Walkability is adored, and parking isn't really a major issue. In fact, Sandpoint now regularly appears on lists of the best small towns in America. It was even recently featured in the New York Times list of cool towns to explore in the Northwest. The places that we love to walk and spend time outside, those community gathering spots that define our neighborhoods, were often built before 1960s parking requirements even existed, or they were modeled on places that were built before those mandates took hold. And remember, these cities that eliminated parking requirements altogether, they went way further than we're planning to go today. The truth is that this proposal does do a small incremental change. No amount of studies will give us the perfect answer as to what will happen when we reduce parking requirements. The best thing we can do is look at what happened in other cities and make small incremental changes. This proposal is a modest step, one that will allow us to see firsthand how our city residents respond. And the thing is, if this change somehow ruins businesses or alters our neighborhoods in ways we don't like, we can change things back. And we have plenty of tools to manage parking effectively too, just as other cities have done before us. But I think we'll be pleasantly surprised by the results. This proposal will open the door for adaptive reuse, which is a win for our city. And in fact, the worst case scenario for parking is in some ways the best case scenario for our community. It would mean that we have incredible businesses and community gathering spots that people want to go to. Personally, I'd rather live in a city where places like Northside Social, Godfrey's, La Tangeria thrive, even if it means we need to make adjustments later, as we have done. So let's not be held back by fear or resistance to change. We're not the first city to take the step, and by embracing more flexible and forward-thinking urban planning policies, we can create a more vibrant, efficient, sustainable, and prosperous community for all our residents and businesses. It's time to rethink our approach to these outdated parking mandates, and I'm proud to vote for a better future for Falls Church. Thank you.
Thank you. It's hard to top that. Bravo. Comments, motions, amendments?
I'd like, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I think I have to make an amendment before I can make an motion if I want to change the square footage.
Yeah, do you have an amendment?
Or do you have to make the motion first and then amend the motion? Just make a motion. Just read what you wanted to say.
I move that we adopt an ordinance to amend the zoning code of the City of Falls Church, Chapter 48, zoning, Article 5, supplementary regulations, Division 2, off-street parking requirements to exclude the first 1,500 square feet of individual commercial uses and off-street parking requirement calculations.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
And then I'd like to make an amendment to Debbie's motion that we exclude the first 1,200 square feet of individual uses.
Second.
Do we have to vote on the amendment first and then the motion? City Attorney?
I think you do have to, this would be a motion to amend the motion that was made, and you do need to vote, I believe, to amend on that amendment.
Vote on the 1,200 feet first.
Yes. It's a substitute motion.
Okay.
With that, then you don't know if what's your 1,500.
What?
You have to vote on 1,200 before you vote on 1,500.
That's right, you have to vote on 1,200 before 15.
Because if the 1,200 passes, it overrides the 1,500 of the first motion.
That's correct. That's correct.
Is that clear for everybody?
What happens if it's a tie?
Well, the motion fails if it's a tie. So the motion now is to make a substitute motion, substituting 1,200 for 1,500. And if that motion has been seconded, you would vote on that motion on the substitution.
And if the regular motion is also a tie, that would also fail? So anything that's 3-3 would fail?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. So are we ready
May
to
I
call?
ask the second on the amended motion?
Mr. Snyder.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're ready to call roll on the amendment, the 1,200. Are you ready? Okay. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Ms. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
And Mayor Hardy?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion now is amended to 1,200 square feet.
Correct.
That's right.
And so we vote.
I'm looking at everyone, make sure everyone agrees. That's what we're now voting on.
Okay, so now you're going to vote on the motion with the motion that you're voting on has been changed, and now you're going to vote on the substituted motion.
And, sorry, can I make a friendly amendment? at this point to move to direct the city manager to report on the result of the parking reductions under section 48-1003B and the zoning administrator's exercise of a discretionary authority under section 48-1003C no later than November 2025.
Does that need to be a motion, or can that just be a request to staff, I guess? You prefer it as a motion?
Well, ideally, it would be a motion because you would be voting to direct your manager to take certain action.
Okay.
Would it be acceptable to have that as a separate motion?
Yes, it could be a separate motion. We could divide the question if Councilmember Flynn is okay with that.
Yeah, I can withdraw it and make the motion after we vote on the first motion. I don't want it to fall off the...
Makes sense.
Off of, I mean, normally you would, I think, amend the motion.
First of all, let me try this. Would it be accepted as a friendly amendment to the main motion? That is, the main motion is now to move forward with the 1,200 square feet. Would the makers of that motion view Councilmember Flynn's proposal as a friendly amendment? If not, then she should make it as a separate motion, as a separate amendment.
I would view it as a friendly amendment.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so we have an amendment. Do we need a second on that?
Second.
Okay, Ms. Hiscott on the second.
So now you're voting on the amended, I mean, technically, I guess you'd want to vote on the amendment.
Yeah, now we're going to vote on the second amendment before we go back to the
So
motion for 1200.
we're amending the original resolution
Correct.
to add this, as
Correct,
opposed
yes.
to a friendly amendment.
So it was Flynn and Hiscott on the second amendment to follow back up in a
That's
year.
easier to follow. Thank you.
Okay. Let's call roll on the second amendment.
All right. Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Ms. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
And Mayor Hardy?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0. Thank you.
So now they're going to vote on the comprehensive motion, which is 12,000, I'm sorry, 1,200, that's way off, 1,200 square feet, and the direction to report back no later than November 2025. Roll call.
Are you ready?
Yes,
Thank
please.
you. Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Ms. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
And Mayor Hardy?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0. Thank you, Council.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Trainer and Mr. Stoddard, for all the hard work on this.
Thank you.
We will see you in a year. If not before, likely before. If I could just make one quick comment or request. I think I made this during budget work session. Trust me, I don't have a long speech like Justine had, so no one has to stick through this. But as I read through the public comments again tonight, I think one thing that struck me was two things. One is that people continue to think that we don't have enough parking, and having been around, I guess, 8 years now, I think we've done 3 parking studies in my time, and the data continues to show that we actually have more than enough parking. It's always just helping people navigate to the spaces. Now that we have 3 public garages, I think the EDO is in the process of updating parking maps, but I really would ask that we help communicate out the available parking, because I don't really want to have the debate more about, gosh, we don't have enough parking, let's build a parking garage, when we really have the spaces, and it's really trying to unlock and get people to those spaces. So that would be the first request, is really help people get to the available spaces. And then on that point, and I think hopefully there'll be fans in the room of this, technology can really be a friend to us here. Arlington has been piloting this kind of, at least I think it's in the courthouse area, area-wide kind of smart parking, where you can actually see in the courthouse area all the available spaces on an app or on a website. It's actually an idea I brought to the city back in 2019. At the time, we deemed it too crazy and wild. I would love for us to consider something like this. Like the whole entire city could be managed on a parking app. So I'd encourage us to think more creatively and look beyond our borders sometimes to think about ways to solve problems.
I'll just do a quick note. That's part of the Falls Church Smart City program, is to look at parking.
Great. Thank you. Okay, so let's move on to second business on the item, TO 24-15. We're on the budget amendment now.
Yes, we have TO 24-15, ordinance to amend ordinance 2073 regarding the budget of expenditures and revenues and appropriating funds for the fiscal year 2025 general fund, school operating fund, and the capital improvement programs funds.
Mayor and members of council, I'll just give a summary of this report. Ms. Bawa is joining us virtually and can also speak to this budget amendment request. This is now before you for first reading. What is requested is a budget amendment that would fund the school revenue share in the amount of $449,000, a $400,000 support for the schools and its school bus purchases, specifically for e-buses as a match to federal grants for that purposes. We would meet project shortfalls for 3 existing CIP projects, one for the community center HVAC project in the amount of $200,000, one for the Lincoln Avenue roadbed reconstruction in the amount of $330,306, one for the Annandale and South Maple Avenue intersection improvements in the amount of $189,469, a carry forward of the 75th anniversary commemoration in the amount of $72,000, and a carry forward of hotel taxes that are used for downtown business improvements in the amount of $25,320, and the art wraps for our signal boxes, a carry forward of $23,903. In addition, at the work session, the City Council considered some additional options for this budget amendment, and the Council gave direction to provide $1.5 million in funding to allow the Fellows property to move forward for design and construction of the conceptual plan that was developed with community input, and then $300,000 to begin implementation of the bike master plan with a focus first on the route to the secondary campus and the West Street bike facility designs. With that, there would be an appropriation also to capital reserves in the amount of $1,670,000. And we will work through that in terms of regular process to meeting the city's long-term capital needs in the context of FY26 budget development. That's a summary of what is before the City Council. In addition, there was a good deal of discussion about the Parklets project. What the council did direct at the work session is shown in the staff report, where the original budget for the Parklets that was appropriated through the Economic Development Authority will remain unchanged, and the sidewalk missing links funding also will remain unchanged. So with that, Ms. Bawa, I've kind of gone through the details. Ms. Bawa, if there's anything that you would like to add, and then we'll take any questions or comments. And I don't think Ms. Bawa has any questions or comments at the moment. She might be working with the microphone.
You're muted.
Sorry, I'm muted. I was muted. Good evening, Mayor Hardy and members of council. Mr. Shields has summed it up pretty well. The only thing I would like to add is that with this budget amendment, we complete full appropriation of ARPA funds, and we will bring to council at the end of first quarter report the encumbrances, the obligation of all the ARPA funds by December 31st. So.
Great, thank you. Questions or comments up here? Ms. Connolly.
I do appreciate there's been a lot of discussion on this in the Budget and Finance Committee as well as in our work session last week. I really appreciate that there are some projects where we've made the decision to keep going and not hold back at this point, and I think that's really important, and that's the bike paths, the bike routes, and the Fellows project. Like, there's community momentum behind these, and I appreciate that we're really going to keep rolling on those. And the other things all seem to make sense, so thank you, staff, for putting together a good amendment.
Vice Mayor Hiscott.
Yes, I have two lines of questioning. Can we just review our discussions on the potential alternatives of the affordable housing? We had discussions about having enough in our current housing fund, if I recall correctly, to address those areas we wanted to address and would be able to actually address in fiscal year '25, if I recall correctly. But can you just highlight that again for us, Mr. Shields?
So there's a summary of balances for the Affordable Housing Fund at line 116 of the staff report. And the major projects that we have underway are grant funded. That includes the Affordable Homeownership Program that's in partnership with NHB. And we have the Virginia Village Acquisition Strike Fund. Some of the discussion was just about supporting the city's committed affordable units. And we do have funding sufficient for the current fiscal year to fully fund the plan for that was approved with the budget last year, which was to support 12 ADUs at the lower, to target 40%, to have them be accessible for people making 40% of area and median income. And having sort of refined that program or run the numbers, we think we'll be able to expand that to 15 units with the existing budget allocation. I'd be happy to answer any additional questions on that.
Yeah, and the local uncommitted funds, those would be funds that we would use. We've had a lot of requests or public comment on Welcoming Falls Church and continuing to support that 5+ immigrant families in the city of Falls Church. And funding for, if we were to consider funding from that, it would come from this local uncommitted funds. Is that correct?
Ms. Bawa, is that available for a purpose such as that?
Staff will be looking at, these are the discretionary funds, the local uncommitted funds, and staff will be looking at the appropriate use of these funds for that. It can be committed to it for that use, and we did set aside some of the uncommitted one-time funds as a placeholder for the CCAUs as a 3-year buffer. So in addition to that, that was 350. In addition to that, the remaining funds could be considered for that, yes.
Okay.
So 350 would come off the 1.5?
That's right.
Okay.
That's the 3-year buffer on CCAUs. It's 300.
Although the CCAUs currently are, the 150,000 is an ongoing appropriation, but as a placeholder, we put in a buffer of 3 years just in case there were some economic sustainability issues. So at that time.
Okay, so I'm hearing, just to clarify, just to be crystal clear, because I am getting tired tonight, that there would be funds that we could be discussing how best to use, and they could be used for Welcoming Falls Church and supporting those families moving forward.
That is correct. And this wasn't your question, but I would like to give a plug for it. If the council were to choose to do something like that, the city, I think the staff would recommend putting that appropriation into the Community Services Fund so that it then could go through a process and the nonprofit community could compete for those funds, or at least be aware of it, and there could be a regular process for it as opposed to a direct appropriation. That's the council's decision, however, but I wanted to share that staff recommendation with you.
Okay. And then the second question I have really is, again, clarifying, and I want to make sure I understand when I go back to the ESC meeting next month and I talk about the $60,000 that was not fully spent in fiscal year 2024 that is not being carried forward or request for a carry forward for fiscal year 25. What impact does that have on programming or on our commitment to our energy action plans, both community and government energy action plans?
So I will follow up directly with Kurt and Andy just to make sure that we're stating this correctly. But I believe that we'll be able to carry forward the programs that have been discussed publicly with the existing appropriation.
Okay, if you could just confirm that before we vote on this, I want to make sure. I mean, I know it's not large dollars, but it is definitely a signal to the importance of continuing to invest in these particular plans. So I want to make sure that we're continuing to carry on that work and meet our obligations to the community when it comes to reducing greenhouse gases. Thank you.
Other questions, comments? Do we have a motion?
I move to grant first reading to TO 24-15, schedule second reading and public hearing for November 12th, 2024, and advertise the same according to law.
Second.
Ms. Connolly in the second. Madam Clerk, can you call roll?
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Ms. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Shunts-Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
And Mayor Hardy?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0. Thank you, council.
Okay, let's move on to TO 24-16.
Yes, we have TO 24-16, ordinance to amend Chapter 40, taxation of the Code of the City of Falls Church to codify the local tax rate only for transient occupancy tax.
And we talked about clarifying the language in the code itself so that, I think Ms. Flynn had the comment, so we wouldn't be tied to a specific percentage.
Yes, the request at work session was adding the word local right there. And it's not in the draft that's before the city council, and I didn't have a chance to discuss it with the city attorney prior to this meeting. I don't know if the city attorney wants to express an opinion on that word in the ordinance, or if you're not prepared to do so.
And it would be in line, which line of the ordinance?
It's in line 71, and I don't feel strongly about it. At work session, I, raised it, to make sentence 1 explicitly tied to the local tax, so that, the reader knew to read to the second sentence. But, I defer to whatever the city manager and the city attorney think on this one.
And just without consulting the city attorney, since almost all of the taxes that are referenced in this chapter are local, and the word local is not generally used, I then became hesitant to add that word in this instance of it. But again, we didn't have a chance to talk about it.
If you don't feel strongly about it, I think I'd prefer to leave it the way it's written, but yeah, thank you.
Okay. Any questions, comments, or motion, please?
I move to grant first reading to TO 24-16, schedule second reading and public hearing for November 12th, 2024, and advertise the same according to law.
Second.
Ms. Flynn on the second. Madam Clerk?
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Ms. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Shunts-Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
Mayor Hardy?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0. Thank you.
TR 24-36.
Next, we have TR 24-36, resolution to approve the 7th Amendment to Comprehensive Agreement authorized in Resolution 2019-15 as subsequently amended in Resolutions 2021-01, 2021-23, 2022-05, 2022-17, 2023-17, and 2023-26 with WF Developer Development LLC for the West Falls Church Economic Development Project, and authorize the city manager to execute the amendment to extend the closing date for senior living pad D1 Phase 1B for 1 month.
And so the title is pretty self-explanatory. There's a request for a 30-day extension to the outside closing date between Hoffman and Associates, or Falls Church Gateway Partners, and Experience Senior Living. And we do have representatives of both on this call. We have Mary Beth Avedizian from Hoffman and Associates, and we have Mr. Bill Maggart and Mr. Hunter McLeod from Experience Senior Living. And there is a response matrix from some of the questions that were asked at the work session, and we'd be happy to provide any additional context or responses to council questions. The staff recommendation is approval of this request, and we've been working, I think, as a reliable partner with the developers of West Falls to facilitate this closing, and it is something that we believe can happen in the 30-day period, at least our visibility into it in terms of all the actions that Experience Senior Living has done to proceed with building permits and all the other things that need to happen for this project to get underway. So I will stop there, and Mayor, perhaps if the representatives of Experience Senior Living wanted to have an opportunity to speak briefly, and then we could answer any questions.
Great. Briefly would be great. Welcome.
Thank you. We don't have anything to add. I think the staff report explains it very clearly, and I want to thank staff for its work on preparing the report and the City Council for its consideration of this resolution. We're available to answer questions.
Okay. That was brief. Any comments, questions from up here?
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry. One thing I would ask the city manager to do would be to provide a list of all the 7 amendments that have occurred so far, and in layperson's language, what they all did. That's the only comment that I had. Thanks.
That could be an addendum to this summary, which I'd asked for, which is terrific. Thank you. Okay. Ms. Avedesian, you probably heard our comments earlier, probably about an hour and a half ago. We were talking about pedestrian safety and lighting up at Haycock.
Yes, I did. And I have investigated. What we found is that the light that was used last year for temporary lighting of that intersection is still in place. When we went to turn it on, it wasn't working, so we had an electrician troubleshooting it today. Should have it fixed by Thursday.
Great, thank you. Okay. I don't see questions up here, so do we have a motion?
Move to approve, move to adopt TR 24-36.
Second. Ms. Connolly, it was on the second. Madam Clerk?
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Ms. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz-Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
And Mayor Hardy?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
I look forward to your closing and groundbreaking.
So do we. Thanks very much.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to the consent agenda. Looks like we've got appointments, Title VI. Is there anybody who wants to remove anything from the consent agenda? Oh, and the homeless shelter one too. If not, can we get a motion?
Move to adopt. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Move to adopt the items on the consent agenda.
Second.
It's Ms. Connolly in the second. Go ahead, Ms.
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Ms. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz-Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
And Mayor Hardy?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0. Thank you.
Any business not on the agenda or liaison reports of various things? We do have a closed session at the end of the meeting.
Yep. I just have one quick item that the ESC has provided the legislative committee with proposed legislative agenda, and we'll be meeting in the next 2 weeks. Is that right, Chair? To discuss that and other additions we've received from other boards and commissions. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just want to know, I attended the COG Region Forward meeting on Friday, and it was really good presentations on resiliency that I would love to share with all of you, some related to stormwater, the farm committee, and as well as tree canopy that were really interesting and useful. So I'll share them with council and staff.
I just forgot I wanted to thank staff for planning the dinner we had with other local elected officials last week. I'm sure somebody was going to say that, so I might have stolen somebody's thunder, but thank you all for doing that, for giving us an opportunity to meet with our Arlington and Alexandria colleagues. I think it was super beneficial just to get to know people better and also discuss our commonalities and the way we're each addressing different topics in the region, the challenges.
Ditto. Okay. Well, I think we are going to go into closed session then. I have the motion. Okay. Upon a motion made by
Councilmember Connolly.
And seconded by
Councilmember Underhill.
and passed by a vote of City Council, council went into closed session pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-37188 for consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by a public body regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal services by such counsel regarding an appeal to the Circuit Court of Arlington, Virginia by ComRef of the Board of Zoning Appeals, May 9th, 2024 decision regarding Pearson Square. Ms. Connolly.
Yes.
Ms. Flynn.
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott.
Yes.
Mr. Snyder.
Yes.
Ms. Underhill.
Yes.
Hardy, yes. We are going in now at 10:33. We're going to Oak. Okay. Okay, we're going to come out of closed session. Upon a motion made by Councilmember
John Siscott.
seconded by,
Snyder.
and passed by a vote of City Council, council reconvened in open session. Connolly.
Yes.
Flynn.
Yes.
Sean Siska.
Yes.
Snyder.
Yes.
Underhill.
Yes.
Hardy, yes. Coming out time is 10:31. Oh, sorry, 11:31. Okay, this is certification now. So upon a motion made by
Connolly.
and seconded by
Underhill.
Upon affirmative roll call vote in open session, it was certified that one, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened, heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session or meeting by the body. Connolly.
Yes.
Flynn.
Yes.
Sean Siska.
Yes.
Snyder.
Yes.
Underhill.
Yes.
Hardy, yes. Any more business for tonight? Okay, we are adjourned. Good night, all.
Night, thank you.